Hello, Zelda Speedruns. Welcome, welcome. Years have passed since the magnificent victory of the Red Masks over the opposing tribes during the proceedings of the Gerudo trials. The days of yore in which Mr. Mario had taught the student Ramon the secrets of Tricky Forest, Hookshotless Spirit Trial, and Master Quest Jabu. Now, in a fateful series of twists and unanticipated events, the student has come to battle the Master for the throne of the Hyrule Multiverse. Will he succeed with the help of the meddlesome Spammer and the delirious Cuckoo Skipper? Find out right now, only on Zelda Speedruns. In other words, hi, I'm Tobias. With me today on commentary is Drew, and it is time for the grand finals of the Multiworld Tournament Season 3. I hope, Drew, you are as excited as I am.
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good about this, and then you mentioned you were gonna do the whole intro thing, and I was like, oh, this should be neat. And then you had to reopen that wound of Red Masks winning the trials. Now I'm hurt.
Well,
As a
I'm so
gold
sorry.
mask, I'm hurt. Gold wing, not gold mask. But no, this is gonna be a really hype match. It's gonna be a little hard to follow. I've never commentated a multi-world before, but I think it should go okay.
We're gonna be okay, I think. I hope. Anyway, it looks like our runners are still taking a moment to set up, so let's take that moment to look back on what has been happening so far in the tournament. We covered the semifinals on Zelda Speedruns pretty extensively, and I think some of it was also covered over on the Silver Gauntlets. The good, the bad, and the Shopskipper beat Team Dad. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a couple of great matches, great opponents. Of course, they were the returning champions. Shouldn't let people forget that, of course. And yeah, Good, the Bad, and the Shopskipper came in really, really strong. Absolutely wiped the floor with them. And they're looking really strong coming into these final matches.
I mean, that's the advantage of the returning champions. Meanwhile, Snackpack have beat the highest Gorons in the semifinal. Snackpack, obviously, those are names that really don't need an introduction in the OoTR community. Snackpack consists of M&Ms and cola, so Mr. Mario, Mr. Martin, and our dear German compatriot Cola. All of them formidable runners outright. I think they are certainly worthwhile contenders or worthy contenders to be in the final here, as any of the top 8 teams obviously would have been. But yeah, these names are certainly no unknown quantities. We are dealing with the best of the best, or so the lore goes.
Yeah, honestly, from the other side of the bracket, I'm not exactly familiar with like Snack Pack and the highest Gorons are both teams that we faced in Swiss. But like the matches with both of them, we felt like we should have lost, but there was like freak accidents in both matches where it's just like the highest Gorons probably would have won, but they ended up deleting one of their items. And then Snack
Oh
Pack, I
no.
think there was something with logic that, uh, or like some item early that we picked up that they didn't. So it was just kind of like, maybe like these teams are better than us, but we managed to pull a win over them. So I'm really excited to see this match and see where everybody stands because I'm pretty sure these are probably. I mean, they're in finals, but like I'm pretty convinced these are like the 2 best teams. Like these guys are really, really strong.
Yes, they are, and it looks like a final contender has finally managed to wrangle their stream. Yeah, I need to get that crop in order, and then I think we can send them off. Mario had a bit of tech trouble here, but it looks like that's in the past.
I guess we should probably touch on settings a little bit, because Multiworld, the tournament actually deals with like a draft system where you get to draft settings that you want to play with. So Shopskipper actually does have kind of a leg up if you're looking at their name, because they did go and ban shops. So shops are turned off and scrubs are turned off, so they won't need to be checking any of the shops or scrubs for any randomized items. They're also going to be playing with, I believe, Dungeon Entrance Randomizer, and 2 random trials in each world are going to be turned on.
Yep, which means that there is no easy direct path to your light arrow hint either.
Yeah, luckily in that case, with the path hints, there is a possibility that you'll get a path to the tower, which is going to be something that does not hint towards any boss specifically, but it could hint towards completion of one of Ganon's trials. So there are situations where you will get hints towards your light arrows throughout the seed, but it's not guaranteed or anything like that.
So let's see where that goes. Anyway, I've kicked the runners off. We should be going in about half a minute here. And, yep, there we go. Timer has started officially, counting down. And let's see what they're starting with. We're seeing Martin starting with a fire medallion and Xavi with the light medallion. Both Mario and Ramon obviously starting with a Goron ruby, as they are both in World 2. Which should get displayed next to our trackers, actually, and I have no idea why that's not the case, but we'll fix that momentarily. Our runners are off.
Yeah, so something I touched on before we started commentary is, I know from playing both these teams that they have very different play styles and like starts to the game. The Good, the Bad, and the Shopskipper does tend to go for their child checks first, whereas Snack Pack will go for like a more standard approach where they'll just stay adult, do what they can, and then go child. Also, some interesting hints. I didn't catch all of them, but I'm pretty sure I saw Dins on Frogs 2.
You did. That is in World 2. So that is indeed what we're dealing with. That is already a great start to the seed. Let's see what World 3 that Xavi has for us. 30 is dead. So is Skullmask. Brox 2 is a recovery heart in his settings, and OOT is Requiem in World 3.
Okay. OOT Requiem can be a little funny because, like, there's a pretty low chance that Spirit Temple is actually going to be in the Spirit Temple entrance. So Requiem typically isn't going to be necessarily required. I know, like, it can be a pretty scary song to have as AD in standard settings, but in these settings it's not really all that scary.
Yeah, of course, it's so much less likely that you need that to get to Child Spirit, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh. And like Adult has like many ways to get there. Like if you get Eponos, if you get Longshot, like it's pretty easy to get to Spirit. As Child, like if a Child dungeon ends up there, you can actually enter, like once you find Spirit, you can enter through Spirit and exit through the hand in order to get to that entrance. So it's like, for those reasons, it's pretty uncommon for Requiem to be required.
And with Dungeon ER, obviously, that is also a logical path. So if you have the keys to get there and logically have access to those keys, that could be your first logical entryway into the desert here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Requiem of Spirit on the Windmill for World 2.
Yeah, and it looks like World 2 also has a bow on child archery, so that's going to be pretty big for Ramond. Mario's not going to be able to have that bow in his adult segment here. There's always the chance that he could find one of the other two bows, but it's probably not very likely. Mr. Martin finding his own bow in the windmill here.
Neat. So that has a bow pretty early available for both World 2 and World 3. Sorry, World 1. They share items. No, it is not like the multiplayer OoTR that you might have seen in the Modloader 64 context. It is, you can find the items for another player. You can find the items for another player in your own world. So, for example, Mr. Martin could have found not his own bow there. He could have found the bow for Mr. Mario, or indeed for our off-stream runner, Cola, in that windmill there. So the idea is really the items that are needed for all three worlds are really spread across all three worlds as well. Mr. Mario getting a scale while racing Dampé isn't really that helpful.
No, not really. Honestly, like, getting items in here isn't so bad as long as it's not in this final stretch. This final stretch can get a little scary because Dampé will keep moving, and if he hits the door too early, to the point where, like, you can't catch up to him, the door will close before the minute is up, and you'll just get locked out. But it looks like Dampé slowed down for him a bit there. He was pretty far behind, so...
Alright, Mr. Mario just with a heart container and opening small chests here as well, which makes sense in the beginning. You want a few hearts.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since, like, oh no.
What have we seen?
Sorry, Mario side hopped into the door with the intention to side hop back out in Void so that he could go back to CAC. Luckily, he has Song of Time, so he's able to escape through the block here. But that was like
unintentional.
Perfectly, like, it was perfectly terrible. The timing on that heart piece.
Okay, so World 2's Water Temple on Player 3's Path to Baronade. And oh my god, World 2 has a bunch of cursed hints. We've seen the Din's Fire hint already on Frogs 2. Ramon just found in Sacred Forest Meadow both that Rank Chest has his iron boots and that Skull Mask has a strength upgrade for him.
Huh.
And Water Temple on his own path to Bongo as well.
So I can imagine Skull Mask being something that he'll push early. Strength can be pretty useful early on in the game. As far as the Iron Boots go, the fact that you could potentially find like Jabu as child or adult and basically anywhere makes the Iron Boots not that bad to find. And like Iron Boots are typically something you want to pick up. They do help in quite a few places, especially with like the water entrance, which could be like any adult dungeon.
What did I say was the other path hint that Ramon got? Water to World 3's.
I think there was a... I want to say there was a Valley hint, but I'm not sure if it was that world or not.
Don't think I saw that one. Anyway, there's a bottle for Mr. Mario. Blue
Bottle's
potion,
really
always
useful.
welcome.
So that's going to be something that he handed off to Mr. Martin. And it looks like Zabi's World has Dodongo's Cavern in Deku Tree. It's nice to have like an early accessible Dodongo's Cavern. As soon as he gets a bomb bag, he can just come back here and start doing some checks.
Graveyard on Player 1's path to Goma for World 3. Fire Temple on player 3's path to Bongo for... Oh, good grief.
And it looks
For
like
World 2.
Martin passing off a strength to Mr. Mario. So we got a lot of strength on this side.
For sure.
There's a lonely green rupee on the top of river. And Ocarina of Time Zelda's Lullaby. That is AD.
Yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles today.
Yeah, so like fortunately, in terms of like AD stuff, Dungeon ER does cut back on a lot of that, and you can't really make like a lot of conclusions when seeing like your normal Requiem or Nocturne or whatever on the AD spot. Zelda's Lullaby is still always gonna be AD.
Skull Kid with a Megaton Hammer for World 3. What is it with these always hinted locations? Good grief.
And it looks like World 3 with that Song of Storms able to pick up a bomb bag for World 1 on the Kokiri Forest Storms Grotto.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be something that Cola doesn't get to for a little bit, as I would imagine he's an adult right now. I'm not watching that feed at the moment.
Ah, yes. That reminds me, we have 2 more runners off stream. They just don't fit on the layout. That'll be Cola and Scholzer in this case. And in fact, Cola is a child at the moment.
Oh, okay. So yeah, he'll be able to pick up that Storms off of from Lon Lon Ranch and go grab that bomb bag for Mr. Martin. But it probably won't be for a little bit. I would imagine he did clear CAC before going child. But yeah, just something that Martin will have in the near future.
Chat, if you want to look at the off-stream runners, the command is off-stream. Okay, what was that? Forest Temple Player 3's Path to Tower. Okay, so there's the Path to Tower hint that you mentioned earlier. Thanks to the trials being on, that is a new or a path kind that viewers might not be familiar with that gives access to Ganon's Tower.
Yep, so that's either going to be something that leads to the completion of Cola's trials, or leads to Cola's light arrows, which he also needs to beat the trials, but they are significantly more important than that. Because they are always going to be hard required in every seed, and you're not going to get the hint from Ganondorf as to where they are, at least in these settings.
Finals? I'm being yelled at that the info in the middle of the stream says the wrong thing. Yes, absolutely it does. Let's fix that.
Oops.
This is not quarterfinals. This is for all the marbles.
Martin, making sure to read that hint a third time. Just gotta make sure. Especially like when you're looking at the path hints in Multiworld, you've got to look at 2 locations as well as like the player number. And sometimes if you're just spamming through, it's hard to catch all of the information at once.
It's as we said, it's an information overload that we see on our 4 streams in the commentator booth, and with the remaining 2 streams that are already also going on. It's madness for the first half hour. Afterwards, it'll slow down.
So Martin also has DC in Deku Tree, and with that strength, he's going to be able to clear quite a little bit here. Pretty much everything except the bridge chest up top, like above the Dodongo head, as well as the 2 checks in the back. So this should be like a pretty good amount of checks for his team, and hopefully he'll be able to get an item or two from here to really get them going.
Bottom of the well on Mr. Martin's path to Mr. Martin's own path to Twin Rover. So that's World 1.
That's a nice hint to have. It's good to get like those side dungeon hints so you kind of get an idea of what you're looking for, especially with Bottom of the Well. Because it's child only, there's only like a select few amount of entrances that it can appear in. So that's one of those hints that's pretty good.
Yeah, right. It needs to be child accessible, so it would need to be... Well, it can't be something like Water Temple, for example, or Ice Cavern.
That's correct, yeah. So like the dungeons that child can access in Dungeon ER, for those who are unfamiliar, because there have been some changes made to the randomizer. So child can access DC, Deku, Jabu, which are pretty obvious. Fire Temple, the boulders and crater have actually been removed. Oh, that's sorry. Mr. Martin finding a hookshot for Mario, which is actually a pretty huge find, considering he came to this DC, which is like a little bit out of the way. But yeah, child can enter Spirit Temple with the use of Requiem, and can access Shadow Temple basically the same as adult can with Nocturne Magic and Dins.
Okay. So yeah, conversely, adult can't access a few dungeons as well. So for example, adult won't ever be able to enter Jabu.
That's correct, and I believe Jabu is actually the only entrance adult can't enter. Though
Yeah, that's correct.
there are dungeons such as like Bottom of the Well and Child Spirit, where if adult encounters them, won't be able to do anything. If adult walks into Jabu, like finds Jabu in one of the entrances, you'll be able to get the Rang chest, and that's about it in these settings. Normally the scrub is on as well by default. There are just hookshots flying around everywhere. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
So
And that was
Zavi already
Zavi's
has
own long shot.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier with the iron boots on Rang chest, that is something that adult can access if adult finds Jabu. But adult will never be able to complete the dungeon. Even though you can access the boss room, you can never actually kill Baronade.
Yeah, because obviously the rules forbid any kind of equip swap or anything like that that would enable you to use the boomerang as an adult. So kind of not an artificial constraint, but a constraint that we have all agreed upon, because that just is more in the spirit of a randomizer. And I mean, recap after 15 minutes. Lot of things happened. Not so many dungeons done yet. That being said,
although Martin is on track to complete this DC. He was given a bomb bag at some point, so he will actually be able to complete this. Although, looking at his tracker, I'm not exactly sure what reward he's going to get, but at least he'll put his team ahead in rewards, at least.
Oh, for sure. I don't know if any of them actually checked the medallions. Off stream, I've just seen Lost Woods on player 1's World 3's Lost Woods is on player 1's path to Twin Rover.
Yeah, so Martin will... I know Martin also has a path to Twin Rover, so Martin will have to complete Spirit at some point. Not too sure about DC. Mario does have his medallions marked, so we can see those here. So those are, of course, going to be DC, Spirit, Deku, Jabu, Forest, Shadow, making his stones fire and water. So as far as like AD goes, having fire and water stones can be pretty friendly. The boss key in water is guaranteed to be early since you won't have Zelda's Lullaby. And fire can be pretty early if the game decides to be nice about it.
If the game decides to be kind, exactly. "20 skulls dead for Zavi."
That's a pretty good hint to have.
Sometimes hint, I think, right?
Yep. Yeah, in these settings, 40 and 50 are turned off as well, so you'll never need to collect 40 or 50 skulls. You're guaranteed the 30 skull hint as usual, but you're not guaranteed a 20 hint, so getting one is pretty nice. Means he'll only have to collect 10 skulls max as long as the 30 was also dead.
Yep. By the way, we have seen a second Path to Tower hint. World 3's GTG is on World 1's Path to Tower.
Med check on World 3's side. I think I saw like a water DC Deku for stones. With that Requiem on AD, that's like a pretty friendly AD, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised to see that required, but we'll just have to wait and see what the seed holds for Zavi and Cola here.
In the end, the same rules as for what you prioritize still apply, right? You still aim for your progression dungeons first, and then any hinted paths, and then, well, and then you aim to do checks because you're not playing for yourself alone. You're playing for 3 players and need to collect items for all 3.
Yeah, like the prioritization becomes a little muddy, especially with like dungeon entrance randomizer. You half the time you're going to a dungeon, you don't know what you're about to find. You can have like a pretty good idea by sort of ruling things out, but a lot of times like you're just going to a dungeon and hoping for the best. There's also like the communication side of things. So like teams will typically communicate with their other members about like how many checks they have left to do, if they really need some item that like maybe has been hinted. So like you will see players go out of their way to do certain things, which it looks a little weird, but like the goal is to keep all 3 players on your team moving all the time. And you don't really want somebody hung up waiting for an item when you could potentially know where it is, or like you have some path pointing to it, even if you have progression to do for yourself.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you don't want anybody to be in the infamous BK mode.
Exactly, yeah. BK mode is pretty much like a killer in Multiworld. If a player enters BK, it's very dangerous.
The entire team's checks per minute basically drops off a cliff at that point, and that's what you don't want. You want to keep moving through the game, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Let's see what we have for path hints so far. Right, here is Mr. Martin going child. Zavi getting some bomb shoes for himself. He doesn't have explosives yet, so that is his first opportunity to do some explosive lock checks. I'm pretty sure he's going to go out of logic pretty much immediately.
Probably, yeah. Also on Mr. Martin's side, for completing Dodongo's Cavern, he ended up getting the Forest Medallion, which gave him Epona's Song. So that could be pretty big for him. Of course, he's child right now, so he's not going to be able to make use of it for a little while here, but getting that early Forest Med Getting some more song information, always helpful.
Oh, and it looks like it's Mr. Martin's first time checking Temple of Time hint. Spirit Temple on his own path to Morpha, bottom of the well, and path to Twin Rova. And Chest Past Darklink has a boss key, so Chest Past Darklink, so that is Darklink Chest itself has the boss key in Water Temple. Good info for Martin.
Yeah, very good info. Yeah, especially like when you're playing Multiworld, you just like you could have path hints to anybody's items, so getting your own is always feels really nice because you always kind of want to finish first. Like even though you're racing against the other team, I find it fun to just keep up a little competition within the team, like see who's gonna finish first. Of course, the seed has probably decided that before you ever started, but it's nice to just I don't know it's a little more fun to keep a little competition within the team as well.
I mean, there's the competition, and then there's the real competition, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna say the real competition is definitely within the team. Hey, strength upgrade for Zavi. That's kind of required. He found his spirit temple under the bottom of the well. He decides to climb, I think, or at least check Child Spirit.
Yeah, I kind of have the mindset to like mostly in dungeon entrance randomizer in general, but especially in multi-world. If you find a dungeon, you'd kind of just go in and do what you can. You never know, like if you skip a handful of checks, like one of those is just going to be the one that bottlenecks one of your teammates or yourself and kind of stops your team from basically doing anything. I just like to do what I can, even if I get hung up a bit doing it.
Yeah, as you said, keep the team moving as a whole. OOT is Zelda's lullaby for player 2. Oh no. Wait, was that the hint we already got, or is that another ZL OOT?
We did have that, yeah.
Oh, I just neglected to put it in the dang hint. Sorry.
Yeah, so player 2 has ZL on OOT, player 3 has Requiem, and player 1 has Prelude.
Alright. Got that command taken care of. Okay, Mr. Martin getting his bomb juice? His own bomb juice. Oh, he was hoping, must have hoped for explosives for Cola here. Because Cola so far has neither bombs nor bomb juice. And obviously that is hurting him.
Oh yeah, Zephyr actually bringing up a good point in chat. Another reason for Zavi choosing to climb up here is by getting to the hand, you'll actually have access to another song and another dungeon, which is huge.
Oh yeah, good point. Again, we
especially
talked
with
about
that
it earlier.
Requiem with that Requiem on AD, like you want this information as early as possible.
Zavi getting his own claim check here as well. That's neat. Another thing to do. And Mario just picked up Cola's magic. So while he doesn't have any explosives yet, magic is at least something to unlock a bit more things. And Ramond with getting the 30 hint. 30 dead for World 2.
So Zavi choosing to leave Spirit here only had one stick. I don't know if he had any keys. Of course, like from that point you would need a key to get through. So if you didn't have one, there's no chance of progressing. With one stick, you... did he have a key? Okay, he had a key. With one stick, it's a little tricky because you can't just break a stick and start stabbing or swinging. You actually have to jump slash for every single attack. I'm not sure if he knows that that's something that's possible, although I would imagine he would. But the fight does suck, and there's a pretty high chance of dying in the fight. I probably still would have taken the risk regardless. Like, getting that information about your alt dungeons is just so huge.
For sure. Speaking of getting information, Xavi just learned that his Death Mountain crater is on World 1's path to Morpha.
Okay, interesting.
So that is for Schulzer in this case.
Yeah, Ramond coming into domain here, actually taking a quick dip into the shops. Might have forgotten that shops is off. I know, like, sometimes you get into the habit of checking them and then you're just like, oh wait, I shouldn't be in here. There's nothing in here for me.
I mean, if you're in the habit, that's kind of the problem, right?
So yeah, for the next little while, I guess we're just getting a bunch of backtracking here. We will get to see, because, like, Kola and Schulzer take different paths than Martin and Xavi. We will get to see a little bit of what we missed from Schultzer's child side, as well as, like, Kola's adult side. Yeah, and we will get to see, like, a little bit more than what they've done. Just because of the items that were picked up in each segment. Okay, so as far as player numbers go, Martin and Schulzer are player 1, Mario and Ramond are player 2, and Xavi and Kola are player 3.
That's correct, and normally we would have that on stream, but the layout isn't letting me do that at the moment, and we're debugging that in the background. And hopefully, should have that info available for you soon.
Yeah, all you need to know, I guess, is that, like, the bottom 2 players are your player 2s, and then if you're looking at the top rows, it's 1 and 3. But then the offline players are obviously, like, the top players' counterparts.
Yeah. The other option would have been basically to stick 2 worlds on, like, 2 world 1s and 2 world 2s on the stream, and I felt like that would have been kind of a poor use of the space we have available. Oops, Spirit Temple on whose path to tower was that?
I didn't catch that.
I think Ramond had that hint. Oh, Spirit Trial protects Ganon's tower, I see.
Okay.
Vanilla Jabu. Jabu and Well often end up swapped in Dungeon ER. Just by the nature of what you described earlier, having to have the dungeon available for an age that can beat it as well.
Also, it's nice Ramon finding Jabu, because we know that I believe it was in this world that the iron boots are on rank chest, and with all those hook shots flying around, I think, like, iron boots are something pretty important to prioritize. It'll give you the water dungeon entrance as long as like you can, as long as you have a hook shot to open it. So
Yeah, you
grabbing
are
these iron
correct.
boots early can be pretty good for information, and like trying to figure out like where the dungeons you're missing are going to end up towards like the middle and end of the seed.
We had a silly amount of out of the way items in World 2. We had something on Skull Kid or Skull Mask, one of the two. We had
Dins on or sorry, strength on Skull Mask was also in
oh yeah,
World 2, as well as the Dins fire on Frogs too.
yeah. That's what I mean with city items on out of the way checks, because dang, that's kind of rude. No Galaxy. So there are 2 teams of 3 players playing this race, and you're not benefiting your competitors in any way because it is 2 separate 3-world games that we're playing.
Yeah, so basically on each side there's going to be a player 1, a player 2, and a player 3. Both of the player 1s will have the same seed, both of the player 2s will have the same seed, and then the same for player 3. So this is just a competition of like which team can like take the hints and the logic and figure out how to get their whole team to the end, basically.
Yep. So yeah, each team is in its own room. There's no overlap between players. Though that sounds like a format that might be silly enough to try at some point. Iron Boots and Zabi's Iron Boots it is. Okay.
So that's pretty good. Zavi already with Longshot will be able to complete
whenever he
water
finds
potentially.
water, he can just complete it, yeah.
Yeah, still missing a bow, so it's potentially he won't be able to complete it, but pretty good odds that he can.
That's just 1 check though, right?
At least
central bow.
2.
Oh no, 2. Yeah, central bow target as well as torches. Do they start with any specific songs here? No, just the normal random starting song. What they do start with is for Rory's Wind. As soon as they find magic, they can make their way back to a dungeon pretty easily.
Yeah, Frore's Wind is something that's like pretty, like it was a really good decision, I think, for Multiworld in general, but like especially if you're drafting dungeon entrance randomizer, when you're scouting dungeons, there's always the risk that you're going to enter somewhere where like you can't really do anything, and having like your magic and furores lets you take some risks that you otherwise may not take. And I think it's just like a really fun idea and a really good change to the settings.
Oh, speaking of lens, yeah, that's the other starting item that our runners get here. Well, it eliminates some logic nastiness because obviously the game wants you to have lens to cross the wasteland most times. And so that cuts down on the number of useless path hints that you get. On the other hand, it also means that treasure chest game is slightly easier to obtain because you only need magic to get access to that check.
Yeah, there's also like some other factors which I'm not sure if like they went into the consideration for the organizers and stuff like that. But it does make things a lot more friendly for newer players, as well as like if you start with lens, it's going to be easier for those new players to access checks that can be logically locked by lens if you have like the lens logic turned off or whatever. And it makes it better for more experienced players who don't need the lens to do those checks, but hate getting baited into like a lens path or something like that. At the end of the day, like the multi-world tournaments aren't terribly competitive, and it's like a lot of it is more for fun. So it's nice to get like a lot of new players in, like signing up with like 2 of their friends just to have a good time and not just get washed because of lens logic and stuff like that.
Yep. It just it makes it more palatable. Let's say.
Yeah.
One thing that also means, though, it is forbidden in multi-world tournaments to just basically keep brute forcing or brute force attempting the treasure chest game.
Also, Cubs
Which
is
is
here
something.
to break everything. Everybody panic.
Nope, Cups is not breaking stuff.
Oh, it's
wow,
broken.
he's really breaking stuff.
It's very broken. Everybody panic.
Cups is fixing stuff. Oh boy. Oh dear. Okay.
It's okay. It'll be back in a moment. It's fine.
It'll be back. We've got this. No, it's just the streams that need to need to come back. Thank you so much, Cups, for jumping in here and helping us debug an issue we had with our stream here.
Yeah, I know you were talking about some problems with like the overlay and stuff, so hopefully this sorts out everything. I just did a quick refresh on my commentary page, and it seems like all the streams are back up, so.
Yeah, let's see. The streams are back up. Now the layout just needs to cooperate. There we go. Hello. All right. Yeah, the world numbers are really not coming up at the moment, but oh well. We're gonna make a bot command to make that at least somewhat more transparent for you all wonderful people in Twitch chat.
So Zavi getting to the end of his GTG here. Not gonna find any items, but he did dip in here without a bow, so potentially there are still items lying in wait. He just doesn't have access to them at the moment. Martin in the
Finding
bottom of the
Rudo's
well
letter
has found...
from Mario.
Yeah, Mario's letter, which can be pretty big. He is a child right now, so that is a dungeon that he will have access to. Will he? Yeah, he has choose, so he can get into the river. That can be pretty big. Like, you can... in the Jabu entrance, you could have something like Deku Tree, which can be pretty huge early on. Oh, he does have a scale as well, yeah. So he'll probably be heading straight to the Jabu entrance from here, if I had to guess. After picking up this strength upgrade, of course.
Alright, here is the Scrubs partying around Mr. Mario, celebrating that he found a strength upgrade for himself, I think.
I think that was for Cola. I saw a C, but the text was kind of dark, so I couldn't quite catch the name. But I'm pretty sure I saw a C in there.
Yeah, looks like it. I can see a strength upgrade on Cola's tracker as well.
That's great. Like, rounding out the items is pretty nice. So each of them have a strength now. Can help them do a little bit more things.
Gives you access to all the standard stupid block pushes. I mean, still annoying that you can't push the larger blocks, so lift, for example. boulders of the of grottos or make your way through the Goron maze, but it already enables a bunch of access.
Yeah, especially like once you start really exploring dungeon entrances, like you're not gonna want to find, say, Forest Temple and not be able to complete it.
Yep.
So having a strength on everybody is just really helpful.
Here's London Ranch to Twin Rover for World 3. Did we already see that?
No,
we did.
Because Cola is not on stream.
Nope, but...
but we saw it on his side, yeah.
I saw it on his side and might have already stuck it into the bot.
Yes, that's Song of Storms, which leads to his Spirit Temple. His Spirit Temple is in bottom of the well, so that makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah. Oh my gosh, a resolved path in Multiworld. That is a rare sight. I'm not going to add the path resolutions to the commands because I mean, look at the path command. It's already pretty silly.
Yeah. Finding
Burning
Bolero
Keck is
here on
Prelude.
Zavi's side is pretty nice. Since he doesn't have a Goron tunic, it appears, he'll be able to scout this entrance and be able to get out easily. And if this ends up being a child dungeon, he'll be able to access it as child whenever he would like.
Yep.
And it looks like it is a child dungeon, so yeah, he'll be able to come back to Jabu as child whenever he likes. Probably not until he gets a boomerang. This is
does
his
make sense, I
Forest Medallion dungeon, so we'll definitely see him come back here eventually.
Yeah, I don't think he'll wait for too long after he gets his boomerang to finish that, but yeah. So, let's see if we can get those dungeon rewards on stream at least.
For anybody just tuning in, the win conditions for Multiworld are typically the same, unless they've been changed, which in this case they haven't. So you're going to need your 6 medallions to get into Ganon's castle. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, these seeds will have 2 random trials turned on for each world. So they will have to complete those 2 random trials. There are hints pointing towards which of the trials have been turned on. I know in player 1's case they have Spirit Trial on at least. I'm not sure about the others. But yeah, they're gonna have to get the 6 medallions, beat the 2 trials, and go fight Ganon. Ramon picking up a 2nd strength there for Zavi, which is pretty nice. Zavi already knows where his Spirit Temple is, and he's actually pretty close to it right now. He wasn't able to get to the hand as child because of a shortage of sticks, but he will be able to do it as adult, potentially right now if he really wanted to.
Zavi will be busy with Forest Temple for a while. Sorry, Ramon will be busy with Forest Temple for a while there. He was just airdropped his hookshot as he entered the temple.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. It'll help speed things up here in Forest. There are like a lot of, I mean, I was gonna say there's like a lot of vines where like you would rather just hookshot up them instead of climbing, but opting to climb anyway. Of course, like if you're unfamiliar with Dungeon ER Forest, Forest doesn't actually really require hookshot at all if you have Song of Time. And like even still, if you have no hookshot and no Song of Time, if you have hovers or like strength or whatever, sometimes you can just get to the courtyard in a different way by going deeper into the dungeon. So hookshot in Ramon's case, not necessarily required, but it will help him speed things up here quite a bit. As well as grab a few skulls along the way. So player 2 also has Spirit Trial. And honestly, like, pretty friendly in terms of, like, player 1 and player 2 both have Spirit Trial turned on, but they also have, like, Spirit as a medallion. Although, like, player 2 is all dungeons, it's still pretty nice that the mirror shield that's required for a medallion is also just going to be required for a trial in the end. Like, one of the worst case scenarios is always getting your 6 meds done and then getting to Ganon's and not being able to complete the trials. But that's one that they will definitely be able to complete by the time they get there.
I mean, yeah, they have tower path hints to help them with that, though obviously the room on the hint stones is limited. But I think everyone got at least one tower path hint, not necessarily for themselves.
Yeah, I know there are a few floating around.
Okay, Mr. Martin picking up more songs. Requiem. That's another dungeon entrance and another song for Martin. He's going to be all over that, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with Nocturne. Like, if Cac was somewhere he actually wanted to be, he can just come back at any time. Although, I would imagine he's kind of, like, at a stage of the game right now where he's trying to do a little bit of exploration and figure out where a few of these dungeons are and, like, complete any that he can. Ice Cavern's a good one. He got an early bottle from Mario's River, so he will be able to go in here, get the song at the end.
And get another song once he steps foot out of Ice Cavern again. So that dip into Composer's Grave led to 3 songs for Mr. Martin. Really useful. Zavi getting a French Vanilla Mirror Shield in Spirit Temple.
That's a little tragic.
Yeah.
Because you come in here with your strength 2, you're like, okay, like, I won't be able to complete the dungeon, but then you see a Mirror Shield, and you're like, oh, yes, but it's not yours, it belongs to player 2. Sorry, buddy.
Yup. So close. So close, yet so far.
Thankfully, like, at least Ramon needs it, so it's still gonna go to good use, but you kind of just want it for yourself. Oh no. The thing's gonna
boy.
again.
Alright, trackers, do not refresh your trackers right now. Keep them open as they are. It's gonna be fun. No panic!
So the first chest here in Ice for Mr. Martin is gonna be a big chest, so we'll be leaving here with an item. We don't know if it'll be a useful one for another 2 seconds.
I'm gonna bet Bombek. Nope,
well, it was
not
a
quite.
bag.
Deku Seeds bags. And Zavi gets his own strength 3.
Interesting. So Zavi does have a Spirit Temple path to his own tower. I would imagine that strength 3 probably means that either Light Trial or Fire Trial is turned on in his world. And it does, yeah, looking at his tracker, his Light Trial is in fact on, so It's a pretty good deduction that never needed to be made, but we can all talk about how smart I am now, so. Whenever you're ready.
I mean,
Oh,
pretty
a big chest
darn
on the
smart.
other hand. Okay, big chest on the other hand, that he could have gotten much
Oh
earlier.
no, Zavi!
And that's not ideal.
Oh no! I mean, he gets to see which dungeon entrance is in Spirit Temple, and it is his Water Temple. But oh no, that.
So this dungeon is completable, but you do want to walk out just to grab your song. But I'd imagine he's just gonna come right back in here and complete the dungeon.
He found his Water Temple. He has the long shot. He has the Iron Boots. He might as well.
Yeah, and now he has Song of Time, so like it's looking pretty good. It looks like he will choose to go back to Spirit Temple though, and go up and see what that big chest holds, which I can't blame him for. Like Water Temple isn't even necessarily required for his own completion of the game, whereas that big chest could be anything. I will refresh, please, as Trez has suggested. So we were a little bit ahead, apparently.
Oops.
Hopefully things are okay now.
Oh my gosh, we see world numbers.
We do. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. World numbers.
Hell Knight, please. Oh my gosh.
So this song pickup for Mr. Martin could end up being something pretty big. He does not have Storms, which I think is like the only really big song at the moment. And it will be Minuet, which at least helps him get back to the forest entrance. So he can check out what that is. I'm not sure if he checked it earlier on. Because I can't quite keep track of like the timeline of when a lot of these items were picked up. I'm not sure if like he had the hook shot on his first visit, or he doesn't even have a hook shot now. So he definitely didn't have one earlier.
Well, I mean that makes the timeline pretty easy.
So Zabi climbed first. I would imagine he probably wants to do water, even though it's not necessarily required. So he's gonna get this big chest and then probably hop down and maybe do water. Although, with Water Temple there, like you're not really going for Requiem. Like there's no need to really do water in this case, at least for the time being. I
think he
probably
might want to. It's not too bad on the check density front though. It's 10 checks. Pretty. I mean, it's 10 minutes too. Zavi, no, go further to the left. Oh god.
This is fun.
Whew, that was close. Okay.
In Zavi's shoes, I think I would rather reverse. Oh, his own bomb.
Get his own bomb back. I think that was worth it climbing back up here. And now he has to decide: do I go back in? Do I not? What do I do? Help!
Yeah, he's doing a little think here.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I can complete Water Temple, but though on the other hand, I'm not sure if I would have warped somewhere else entirely. My decision would have been more like between completing or doing as much as I can in Spirit Temple and doing Water Temple then.
Yeah, I think with the final climb up there, he's already done about as much as he can in Spirit Temple for now. This looks like he's pathing towards Dodongo's Cavern, which is in his Deku Tree, which I think is a pretty good idea.
Yeah, with bombs, certainly.
And Martin's going to be making his own way through Spirit here by the looks of it. Judging by the fact that he's in Spirit and walking through it. It's a pretty dead giveaway, in my opinion.
Yeah. Let's see. The Mido skip from Zavi.
For anybody asking about the layout, those are not pause symbols. Those are like it's a count of matches won in the matchup. This is a best of 3, and this is the first game. So those will light up when the teams have won matches, basically. So you won't see anything lit up for this game, but going forward, you will see those lit up as the teams win matches. I'm not sure if it's a best of 3 or a best of 5 for the finals. I actually don't remember.
Fennels in chat, they will know. That being said, Ramon just picked up Zavi's bow.
Okay.
Which is neat.
That's pretty
was
good.
in Ramon's Forest Temple, and that is best of 3 according to Fennel.
That makes sense. I just wasn't sure. Of course, like.
Hey, it might
the 2 marks, but like the second mark will never have any use if it's only best of 3. So I don't know.
It's there to indicate how many games you need to win to win the whole thing. That being said, it might have been just as likely me setting the wrong best of mark in the stream, so the question was valid. Anyway, our world numbers are gone again. Oh no!
Zavi finding his own forest temple here, and with that bow he just got, he will be able to complete this. This will be his fire medallion dungeon, so he does need to complete this to finish the game. So I'd imagine we're just gonna see him go through this in its entirety. Martin finding fire arrows for Mario here, which is pretty good. Mario doesn't have Din's fire yet, but he does have a bow, so with Magic and Nocturne, he will be able to access the Shadow entrance out of logic and only as adult, but it can be some useful information, even though it is a little bit of a time commitment to open the Shadow entrance with fire arrows.
I mean, fire arrow entry is a thing you can do. Yes, fire arrow entry is allowed. This is Multiworld, where we allow such things. In the tournament, that is one of the 2 special rules for the Multiworld tournament, is that fire arrow entry is allowed because it prevents. Well, it doesn't prevent BK mode entirely, but it makes it much less likely. It still is a risk to go out of logic by hopping into Shadow Temple when you're not yet supposed to.
Yeah, and it's another one of those things where it really, really helps Dungeon Entrance Randomizer. Like, when we looked at the draft settings in Season 2, we basically decided that, like, it seemed as if these rules were built around Dungeon Entrance Randomizer. Like, the starting items, the rules, like, it all just suits Dungeon Entrance Randomizer way too well. So we became, like, really big fans of just learning all the strats, drafting Dungeon Entrance Randomizer in every single match. And it's been a lot of fun.
For sure.
We're always, like, really excited when the Multiworld season comes around. Because honestly, they're just a lot of fun to play. You get to hang out with your friends, yell at each other, get mad at each other. And maybe finish a seed or two.
Finish? What's this madness you speak of?
Sometimes you get to finish.
Well, while Ramon is fighting Phantom Ganon, we have triple forest on stream right now.
Yeah, I didn't even realize until just now when I was about to comment on Ramon finally almost being out of forest, that I was like, wait, we have like everybody in forest right now. This is terrible.
I would like to say use the opportunity to say thank you to everyone who's making this restream possible. Thank you to our runners, Mr. Martin, Zavi, and Mr. Mario. Mr. Martin, Zavi, Mr. Mario, Ramon, Cola, and Scholzer for putting on a heck of a show for us. Thank you to our amazing trackers who are helping us keep track of this chaos of a multi-world. That is Red, Vela, Melqui, and Lady Draco. Thank you to the unseen tech crew behind the scenes, Cubs and Tress, for furiously working to fix some tech issues we had with our stream overlay. And finally, thank you to my co-commentator, Drunas.
Yeah, thanks to everybody, and especially my own co-commentator, Tobias, and I believe you're the restreamer as well.
I do try.
Yeah, so pretty big role to fill. Honestly, like, all of these roles are impossible in Multiworld. Tried to keep track of everything, tried to comment on things going on. It's chaos. It's a mess, but it's a lot of fun.
It is exactly the kind of silliness I'm here for, and the kind of silliness that I watch OoTR for. And yes, we are getting free t-shirts. Also, I think Ramont just got his strength 2, or is about to, because of stream delay.
Yep.
Yep, there we are! Alright. The severeness of triple forest has been slightly reduced. We are down to double forest.
Yeah, and unfortunately they're only about halfway through, so we're gonna get stuck with double forest for a little bit.
That's okay, though.
A little bit longer. Yeah, I think Ramon has to be feeling pretty good right now. Has like a pretty good variety of items. So like doing some exploration is like, it's something that will likely pay off. It's a little tricky because like no explosives yet. No explosives sucks. If you find Dodongo's Cavern, you're just kind of screwed. Although, like, with Hammer, you will be able to do a number of checks there.
Yeah, you find Dodongo's Cavern and you're like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
I mean, you can do half of it with strength.
It's kind of one of those things where, like, you just stick around and hope maybe somebody will find you a bomb bag or choose while you're in there. Which is interesting. He doesn't have choose marked on his tracker, but I'm assuming he must have some, because Mario has had a few for quite a little bit.
Not sure. I think all of them have some form of explosive by now. Yeah, okay. Cola definitely has some. Yeah. Looks like they all have them.
But also, like, from Ramon's point of view, you really want to find your fire and water temples pretty early, because those 2 dungeons are going to lock your Zelda's Lullaby. So doing a bit of exploration can be pretty good. If you find water and you can't complete it, you can always just place furores wherever it is. Fire Temple should be completable if he does have choose, but I'm not exactly sure. Of course, he could always just go and buy some if he really wanted them. Maybe not actually. Unless he's found Spirit, I don't think he has a way to the desert at the moment. So
not
World
sure.
2 has Zelda's Lullaby on OOT.
Yep, so that's a guaranteed all dungeons. Meanwhile, Zavi has just found his own mirror shield in his forest temple. So
Okay, so
he has
he'll be able-
another dungeon he can complete.
That's pretty nice. So that'll get him up to 3 meds, potentially 4 if he can find Fire Temple. Actually, if he finds Shadow Temple, he might be able to complete that too. Dins isn't necessarily required. Sometimes it is if you have like a key or boss key in one of the final 2 rooms. Of course, like the one with the walls that close in on you. But there's always the chance that it's completable without Din's Fire, so he could honestly just be Rang away from getting into Ganon's castle at the moment.
Wow. That's kind of
Yeah, I mean, like, that's purely just, like, looking at items. If you start considering, like, where these dungeons could be, things do get a little messier, and it's, like, he potentially does need a bunch more items that he doesn't have. He does have Storms, he has Nocturne, those are, like, pretty big ones. He has Long Shot, so is able to access the GTG entrance. No letter, but that's not gonna lock Shadow anyway. Like Shadow, Fire, Forest Spirit cannot be locked by letter. I feel like he saw Jabu, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I think at this point, with like the amount of items that Zavi potentially needs to finish the seed, like I think he should go pretty hard on exploration and just try to find the rest of these medallion dungeons. Of course, after he completes Spirit Temple, but
yeah. I mean, as long as he has completable dungeons, sure, do that. But I would agree, dungeon entrance information in his situation is huge. He will need to get that info as soon as possible.
Ooh, Mario getting a checkerboard bow for Cola. I'm pretty sure Cola should have already had a bow because Zavia's had his for a little bit. But
that was in fact Zavi's bow, though.
Oh, that is. Oh yeah, that is because Ramon was just there in forest.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, that's a horrible location, but
I wouldn't disagree. And oh, what do we have here?
Shadow to player 3's Bongo. So that could be like maybe that's potentially for a Dins. Since it's pretty unlikely that Dins. I guess I should explain this because this is like a weird thing with how multi-world logic works. Is if say player 1 is looking for Dins, player 2 and 3 should not look in places that Dins is required to reach because logic won't directly put Dins anywhere that is locked by Dins.
Yep. Even if it's for the Dins of another player.
Yeah, and there's more to it with dungeon entrance randomizer. So for example, oh god, how can I explain this? Okay, so
what's so that? World 2 Shadow to player 3's Bongo? Did I get that right?
That's correct. Yeah. So if inside of player, like this is just purely an example. If players 3 shadow entrance is water temple, it also means that Dins cannot directly be in any of the other players' water temples, which is kind of
Okay.
like a thing that I feel like not a whole lot of people know about. Of course, that's only like directly Dins. Like Dins itself cannot be in those locations, but you could have like a hammer, for example, in one of those locations that locks the Dins. Yeah, as far as I know, that's how it works. I know there was like a post about it quite a while ago.
That is kind of silly.
I think Alex can back me up on that one. Because we kind of all learned about this together.
So player 1, we haven't seen a lot of paths for player 1 yet. Shadow Temple player 2's Bongo. Okay, now that hint is also known to Ramon. We haven't seen a lot of path hints for player 1 himself yet, but player 1 has 2 tower paths in his seed. World 1's Forest Temple is passed to World 3's tower, as well as World 1's Spirit Temple is path to World 2's tower.
Also,
So no matter how you slice it, player 1 pretty important.
Worth mentioning, Ramon just found his long shot in the open grotto in Hyrule Field, so if he's able to find fire and water, there's a pretty good chance that he'll be able to complete both and get his Zelda's Lullaby, which is pretty huge at the moment. He definitely wants to try to explore these dungeon entrances a little bit right now. There are a number of them that he doesn't have access to, but yeah, it's probably worth making the trip over to GTG, or maybe start thinking about your fire arrow entry into the Shadow Temple entrance. Because having ZL as early as possible is definitely something that is very good.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so Mario's done with Forest. Zavi has just beat up Phantom Ganon as well, and well, I guess Forest Temple is mostly done by now. Picking up the choose, that makes sense. Bomb choose for Ramond. More explosives, more better, and I think that is actually Ramond's first explosives, according to his own tracker.
Yeah, so that's good. I guess, yeah, without the explosives, he wouldn't have been able to beat Fire Temple, but now definitely can.
Yep.
Yeah, there's just a lot of dungeons that he can do right now if he manages to find them.
Dungeon rush mode for the moment. Oh, Zavi using Feroz Wind, getting back to Spirit, and time to finish that dungeon now that he has a Mirror Shield.
Doesn't work that way for ER. I'm pretty sure there was a case brought up in the Discord at some point where it was made clear that that was how it worked, but I'm not exactly super confident on things that random people say in the Discord, so
It kind of feels unintuitive as well, so I'm not sure.
it's super unintuitive, but it just is unintuitive. The ways that are confirmed that it works are also unintuitive, so
Fair.
at least in my opinion.
Okay.
Item the location with the same name in the other world.
I mean, Rendo is
I
mid.
feel like I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding, but it seems like that would come to the same conclusion, but I'm not sure. Honestly, once it comes to the whole logic thing, I just leave it to Alex and Decker. I don't really think about it too much. I'm just like, you know what? I'll play. I'll ask questions.
And at some point, Alex, Decker, where do I go now?
Pretty much. Like it'll just kind of be like, okay, like I can go to like this place, or this place. Like, where do you guys think I should go? And they're like this probably makes the most sense. It's like, yeah, okay, good. But I feel like we all do that to a certain degree, and I feel like most teams probably do that to a certain degree because it does help give you like a little bit of insight as to what your teammates are experiencing in the seed. It can be pretty important to like ask these questions so that like your teammates might suggest that you go to somewhere that might have an item for them because they are low on checks and just never really communicated that, or like they might only be like an item or two from go mode and like you just didn't have that information. So like asking a lot of questions about like where other people think you should go can really give you a lot of insight into what the best way to complete the seed for everybody would be.
Interesting. So, strategy question while you're talking about it. When do you shift from keeping the checks per minute of the team up to working towards getting your first player across the finish line?
It's basically like once you can look at the hints and be like, this is probably no mode, you just really start pushing for the finish. At least in my opinion. Like you just kind of like everybody's just kind of looking for or like keeping track of how much they can do in their own seed. And once you get to the point where you're like, okay, this is potential go mode if I have like my boomerang and my strength 2 or something, then everybody just looks at their paths and tries to figure out like, can this lead to a boomerang or a strength 2? And if it can, like, you just gun for that thing and try to get your first player across the finish line as soon as possible.
And that's kind of even at the cost of the player 2 and player 3 times to some extent, right? Because as soon as you get your first player across the finish line, the clock is ticking for the other team.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Fenkel, that's what I meant. I'm not sure if I really said that clearly. It's kind of like a confusing concept, and I'm not exactly incredible with explaining things.
Said Drew explaining Multiworld to 300 people.
Oh my god, there's 300 people.
Yeah?
Oh my god. Early boss key for Ramond here, also not locked by explosives. So this was something he would have been able to do for a little bit of time. Not that it's gonna hurt him because he only just found his long shot. But yeah, like getting through fire here is a big hurdle. Once you go to Water Temple, you know you're gonna find your... I mean, you have a 50% chance to find your boss key on the first check that you do. And otherwise, if it's on Compass Chest, you will need Iron Boots, which was something I wasn't really looking at. But yeah, like Water Temple without Zelda's Lullaby, your boss key can only be on Compass Chest or Map Chest, so there's only a 50% chance that he can actually beat Water if he gets there. But I would say it's pretty good odds, and I would probably try to find the dungeon in his shoes, just because if you can't complete it, you can just place for ores, and it's like it doesn't really hurt you to check.
Yeah.
And I think that is what he's doing. Like I do think he is making the dungeon rush and just trying to figure this out.
With Dungeon ER, as in general, I find that having the dungeon entrance info is so powerful, regardless of whether you can complete the dungeon or not, because that allows you to puzzle your paths together much more efficiently. Because if you have a dungeon, for example, in I don't know, in Shadow Temple, regardless of whether or not it's Shadow Temple itself, you know that Din's is is required for that dungeon, and your path might lead you towards that conclusion. Or might tell you, your path hints might tell you where you can go looking for that dins. Oh, Mr. Martin at a... Is he going for 2,000
Martin,
here?
Speed it up.
Do
man.
it, Martin.
You don't need to get the 2K. Come on.
No, do it on restream. Do
Okay,
it for stream value.
he blew it.
Oh, he blew it. Dang it.
he had a good thing going for a bit there, but
yeah,
at least he had a nice, safe HBA, finding his own hover boots, which is pretty nice. He does need to complete Shadow, so those will be required. And it's just like a nice little bonus on top of like coming here to check this entrance. And he will be able to get this big chest here now. Of course, he doesn't have hookshot, so he peeked this big chest, was not able to grab it, but yeah, this is actually like a really nice place to find these hover boots at the moment.
Yeah, really useful. I don't think he ever set up Pierre too. Or is this free Scarecrow?
It's free Scarecrow in these settings, yeah.
That would explain that. Oh, big chest. What do we got?
Hopefully something good.
A wallet?
A wallet for himself, which is not super useful. Oh, Zavi on the target in the woods is actually finding Ramon's iron boots. So Ramon can, if he finds Water Temple, he can complete it 100%. So that's potentially ZL for him once he finds that dungeon. Pretty good odds he can get into that dungeon wherever it is. So yeah, things are looking pretty good for Ramon right now.
Obviously, Zelda's Lullaby will unlock, what, two more songs for him?
It'll unlock Composer's Grave.
Oh no, he has hover boots already. No, he doesn't have hover boots. Yeah, it would unlock the song in Ice. Oh, never mind. It is Dungeon ER.
Yeah, Dungeon ER is one of those things you just constantly forget.
Yeah.
There's just like so many habits that you have, like even with watching the seeds, where like you just kind of make assumptions based on items. Like, oh, this item unlocks a song. This item unlocks this thing. But in this, it's not necessarily true for all cases.
I'll be honest, Dungeon ER is one of my favorite settings to run. And I loved the time when it was in weeklies. I would love to see it come back sometime. And thus concludes my TED Talk about Dungeon ER, because otherwise, you know, I don't want to use my platform to influence these decisions. Our race mods are very good about deciding or about figuring out settings that appeal to the broad community. Ooh, Ramon diving to Tektite Grotto. What did he find? A boomerang for himself, even.
Okay, so that's pretty nice. You probably wanted the boomerang on Zavi in this case, but you can't really make that decision, unfortunately. He does need it anyway, so it's fine. It's just it could have been like a potential glow mode situation for Zavi. But yeah, Ramon will be backing up, reversing through the desert here. I'm gonna check that GTG entrance and then probably check the water entrance following that. Just looking for Water Temple at the moment. Really wants to get that completed. And of course, Mario finding that long shot is going to be making the run through the dungeons here, hoping that he himself can complete Water Temple and get his Zelda's Lullaby. Of course, he doesn't have the magic that Ramon has, which makes it a little bit risky to scout these dungeons, but hopefully things will be okay for him. If Cola manages to get those iron boots for him off of target in the woods, it could save him a lot of time.
Let's see, little chest on the left side for Mr. Martin here, and choosing to death warp out of the maze. Clearly has an embarrassment of riches in terms of choose, because he used 2 of those just to get out of there. It looks like despite it not being on his personal tracker, Zavi has a boomerang? Might have a boomerang? No.
No.
Sorry. I thought I had seen him do a boomerang lock checked, but obviously was mistaken. Here's the one check that Zavi can do in Jabu. Let's see what it is. Little chest.
It's gonna be nothing.
Mr. Martin,
So I wasn't
meanwhile,
really paying a ton of attention. I'm not sure if he dropped furores there, although it would appear he did not, and he's copying the save file so that he just has one that's sitting in Jabu whenever he wants to come back here. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just drop furores instead, but
might want to keep his furores. I'm not sure where he has that set at the moment, though.
yeah, I'm trying to think of like where he could possibly have it set, but
file copy strats in Multiworld is an interesting proposition, though. I mean, Fenril is in chat. They will know better than I do how that could affect Mido's House Multiworld, but that sounds interesting.
File copy strats can be like a little more useful in Multiworld, just because when you're going out looking for items, you're not necessarily going to find something for yourself. So like going out looking for items and then going back to a different save file can potentially be even better for you, because you might just throw away a bunch of progress that wasn't really for you in the first place. Any items that were sent while you were on the other file, when you load up the file that's further behind on items, it'll basically just do a check to see like what items people have sent to you that you don't currently have. So like any items that other people send you will get updated in your file, but anything you find for yourself, you would have to go and pick up again.
Oh, that's really strong, though.
As long as he doesn't find incredibly strong.
Temple of Time on someone's path to Bongo? For Mr. Martin? Oh dear. I think it might have been even for his own Bongo. No, that can't be the case. That would be Nocturne, and that's not how that works.
Sorry, Temple of Time to Bongo?
Yeah,
it could be Storms.
A Temple of Time path to Bongo for Mr. Martin. Oh yeah, Dungeon ER.
Yeah.
Again. I think it was for his own Temple of Time.
He doesn't have Dins, doesn't have a hook shot, and Storms could potentially lock Shadow. So there's a few options here, but pretty good hint to have, especially because Fire Temple's not one of those ones that you're like, especially with Stonefire, you might not decide to climb up very high in there.
You start doing what you must of fire, and then I think you just leave unless you have any indication that you need something from it.
Mm-hmm.
Zavi is in Ramond is in Water Temple and will drop Furore's Wind in front of... Oh, never mind. Synchronizing. Little time warp here.
Oh yeah, sorry. Mr. Martin did already get the song from. It was Epona's on Temple of Time, which he did need to get his hover boots, which are 100% required for Shadow. So yeah, good call, chat. That is correct.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for paying attention to that. That must have completely passed me by.
So water completion here, pretty big for Ramon. This is going to unlock Zelda's Lullaby, which is very helpful. I didn't quite catch where this water was, although I think it was the GTG entrance. If that is the case, then Mario will be able to go there, and if the boss queue is map chest, Mario will be able to complete the dungeon. Which is pretty good. Mario just having a little trouble here with the wall. Oh, it was Compass chest boss key, so Mario will need the Iron Boots from Cola's World before he's able to do that. And no magic for roars is a little scary. You don't want to go all the way to the GTG entrance, find out you can't beat the dungeon, and then have to come back later.
Speaking of GTG, though, Mr. Martin is doing hookless GTG strats here, getting grabbed by the Wallmaster to get the final rupee, the final silver rupee in the slopes room.
Okay, Mario picking up his own magic, which I forgot was here in the Goron maze. So there's absolutely no risk for him going out of his way to check dungeon entrances at the moment. And we'll probably see him do so pretty soon. Yeah, Mr. Martin's in a really tough spot. Like, this is a spot that you never want to find yourself in, where you're an hour and a half into a seed and still don't have a hook shot.
Yeah, not the greatest
Definitely
time.
Doesn't feel good.
I'll be honest, I find it easier to just roll up that slope through that firewall without any special setup.
Yeah, I know, like, a lot of people use a lot of different strats. Personally, I'm not very good at the roll, but I do, like, a side hop thing where I just spam side hops diagonally through it. There are people, like, Fig, who's a very well-known speedrunner, who can just walk up to the wall and just roll through it. Like, no setup, no effort, just, I don't know, just roll through it as if the wall wasn't even there.
I mean, I'm not that good. Does the other team's World 1 have a hook shot? That'll be Cola.
Schultzer.
No, Cola. Schultzer, you're right. And no, doesn't have either.
Okay, so at least, like, both teams are hurting for this. You don't want to be in a situation where, like, you've been missing your hook shot for an hour and a half and the other players had his because, like, somebody just went out of their way to do the check that happened to have it. It's nice when you have, like, a particularly bad seed where, like, you're having a bad time, but, like, you know the other person's having a bad time too. The uncertainty is what kills you in most cases.
And of course that gets much worse with Multiworld because, yeah, so many more variables in play. And not just your own play.
Yeah, it's basically like it won't be until they find one of the hook shots or like both the hook shots that they'll know, like, okay, there's no way they had this, like, we're off the hook basically. I really didn't mean to make a pun. I was just saying things. But yeah.
Pun? What?
I said off the hook when I was talking about hook shots.
Oh, I mean, excellent.
No.
You're not even thinking about it anymore. Let the puns flow through you.
They are. Now I'm scared. So Martin, coming up on the end of his GTG here, nothing really notable found in here as far as I've seen, so just kind of a dip that didn't really seem to be worth anything, but it's kind of a dip that I think most players would take at this point. Like, he doesn't really have a whole lot going on other than this, and GTG is like pretty wealthy in terms of checks. So it's always nice to just dip in and see if you can find something. So I'll be finding Ice Cavern here. Probably just gonna leave because he's very close to a potential glow mode and probably doesn't want to do this at the moment when he's looking for dungeons that can get him closer to finish.
Yeah, no, he will want the progression dungeons if he can find them.
Mm-hmm. Like, the best thing that this could possibly give him is probably Epona's song, and that's only because it gives him checks. Like, it's not...
Mr. Martin at a quarter heart.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, but he does get a big chest with a slingshot from Mario, which is not super useful as Mario already had one. So kind of just a waste of time here, but like I said, it's not really like a time sink that most players would avoid in Martin's shoes, so I think he's perfectly fine to do it. So I'll be just taking a little break, doing some fishing.
Yeah.
The fish is not cooperating, but...
Getting trolled by the lunker, oh no.
Sometimes in these like fast-paced, balls-to-the-wall rando seeds, it's nice to just take a second and relax with some fishing.
I mean, yes.
Hey, rando adult fishing can be relaxing. If you want stressful, I would suggest vanilla adult fishing. It's probably like one of the worst things I've ever done in a video game. It's actually terrible. Ramon getting the second hint there for the iron boots that he's already gotten from Rang Chest. I'm not really sure what dungeon entrances he hasn't done at this point. I think Water Temple entrance is one of them at the very least, but like he has a lot of really good dungeons to find at the moment. Deku DC Jabu are all really good finds. Deku and DC just super check dense. DC is his forest med as well.
Gives him another song.
And Jabu's just like a nice dungeon that he's able to complete. Like, it's not really good for checks or anything, and he's already done half of it, which I guess is the good thing about it. And it is necessary.
Excuse me for 1 second. Fenrir is trolling in chat, and I can't help but take the bait. Hylian load shuffle, really? Is that really something y'all are considering putting in the randomizer? Because please no.
At least I can decide to never play with it. Mario, playing this HBA a little tight here. Does have the pots to fall back on, but...
Yeah, no, with the pots that's totally relaxed. There is an open PR for it. Oh, goodness.
So interestingly enough, I'm not sure if this was like a big chest or something. No, just a small chest. I'm not sure what Ramond. I guess this must be path. I think this was like path to his own something.
I believe so. Let's see. We have for Ramond World 2 water is path to. Oh yeah, path to 2 things: World 3 Baronade and World 2 Bongo.
Oh, World 3 Baronade is huge. If this is Zavi's Boomerang, that's a potential glow mode situation.
Yeah, I mean that's why Ramond needs to be digging for those items.
Yeah, so him being here actually makes a ton of sense. Yeah, this is definitely the place to be at the moment. Or at least one of the places to be at the moment. And of course, Zavi is still on his mission to find a medallion dungeon to complete. Hasn't had too much luck with, I suppose, the water entrance there, which was Ice Cavern. Hopefully GTG will be a little bit more fruitful. He's looking for Jabu, Fire, or Shadow at the moment, so hoping he can find one of those. Won't find Jabu, of course, but he's already been to Jabu, so he's not super concerned about that. Yeah, Shadow or Fire, pretty big right now.
Both of them progression dungeons that he needs to do. Oh, misses the Skulltula by a hair.
That was pretty funny timing.
Trolled by time of day.
That's okay. With that 20 hint, I mean, he's at 7 out of his 10 potentially required skulls, so he's probably not too worried.
Yeah, Ramond is back in water. Alex is asking in chat because it is hinted as double path. It is hinted to player 3's Baronade, which is obviously huge. It could be Javi's Boomerang. And it's hinted as his own path to Bongo. That's not a good place to peek from. Small key.
Yeah, we know there are items in here, but water's kind of holding out at the moment.
Yeah, doesn't wanna really give us the items. Grimmon's about to do a trick that I definitely can't do. Without hover boots, that is.
Oh, he tried to do it. If you like go towards the left side, you can grab the ledge, and like you don't need to do some silly jump slash or like you don't need hover boots, but it is very tight.
Yeah, I don't have a for me personally, I don't have a way to reliably eyeball or find a place where I can jump to that spot without having hover boots. So
If you ever want help with that jump, I can turn you into a master in no time. So just ask.
let me get back to you on that.
Oh, Mario falling into the maze. Gonna have to deal with one moblin here. That's okay.
Oh, where'd that mirror shield come from?
Cola's Spirit Temple, I think. I think that's where Zavi found Ramon's. It was like his
Okay, makes
adult
sense.
climb.
Oh, right, yes! Ooh, big chest. In central
Oh,
pillar.
boy.
What's it gotta be?
Yeah,
Dins
Zavi finding
for Zavi.
fire
Oh.
here. Oh, Dins for Zavi. So that might be... might be interesting.
Zavi had
like
already
maybe
found
his...
Jabu, right?
Yeah, so it's not gonna be Jabu. Entrance. This is just gonna be maybe like his boomerang is in there.
Shadow entrance is something for sure. We'll see what it is.
Yeah. But it was meant to be path to Ramon's Bongo, right?
Yes. Ramon's Bongo and Zavi's Baronade. Pretty sure I didn't get those two confused.
So I would say like the most likely case in that scenario, because it's Dins, and probably not blocking Ramon's Dins as a result, like it's probably leading to Zavi's boomerang. It could be leading to like Ramon's hovers easily enough, if like depending on what's in there, but. And then, of course, like, it could indirectly lead to pretty much any item in the game, so it doesn't... It's not certain what it's going to do for us, but if I had to hazard a guess, I would say that Zavi's boomerang is probably locked by that Dins somehow.
Reasonable guess. Alright, Ramon choosing to go the vanilla route to get that water level back up, and then I guess it is time to get double defense, first of all, and then time to do the Darkling loop.
I think something to note here as well is that if Cola is currently in Spirit, he's not really on track to find Mario his Iron Boots anytime soon, which are on target in the woods. Especially since like he must be an adult Spirit, so he's not even the correct age at the moment. So Mario is not going to be getting those Iron Boots, and therefore not going to be getting his ZL for a little bit here, which can definitely hurt him in terms of like his progress versus Ramon's progress.
I would advise Team Snack Pack as well to get Cola a slingshot pretty soon, because otherwise it's going to be difficult to get that target in the woods.
Oh, he doesn't even have a slingshot. That's pretty rough. Also, Mario, with a shortage of things to do here, is looking to do Fire Arrow entry by the looks of it. So for anybody who doesn't know, there's a cool strat you can do, very precise on timing, where you can open up the Shadow entrance with Fire Arrows, as well as regular arrows. So Mario will demonstrate that for us. It's very cool. Definitely something
he's even doing it unbuffered.
Really nice to see at least once.
No pause buffering, no nothing. Mario is doing that freehand, basically.
Yeah, if these guys are anything like us, this is probably something that Mario practiced and like ran through a few times before the race started. I know we like to do that just to make sure like we're not going to drop the ball when it comes to doing it in a race. Because when you're doing this, you kind of keep your teammates tied up. So like the others can't really do checks while you're doing this because it could just ruin the whole thing for you. So it's definitely something you want to be able to get on the first try, and Mario has gotten it. This is a success here, as you will see in just a couple more torches. There we go.
Amazing.
Yeah, he makes it look really easy. Honestly, I wouldn't say it's necessarily difficult, but definitely not as easy as he made it look.
And there's Zavi's boomerang.
Okay, Zavi's boomerang. So the Dins is leading to something for Ramon's Shadow. Which in this case, I would guess that it's the hovers, but it could indirectly lead to his own dins somehow.
If it's leading to hovers, then it's gonna be early in Zavi's Shadow, or early in whatever is in Zavi's Shadow Temple entrance, rather. No, that doesn't make sense. It's not hover boots locked, but it can't be hover boots locked, but otherwise there's basically everything fair game. Anything that's in Zavi's Shadow Temple entrance. Good God, it's complicated with Dungeon ER. Okay, Martin getting a bomb bag.
Yeah, not gonna be
second one.
super important. Luckily, like, this is a dungeon that Mario has to complete, so coming in here, like, going through all that effort is going to at least give him something to do, which is a reward in itself. You don't really... Like, you would love to find items in here because it was kind of a hassle getting in here, but just being able to do something and keep yourself going is definitely a reward in and of itself. And yeah, Zavi with the potential glow mode. I guess with the dins, that should be glow mode. I think he has access to every single dungeon at the moment. Storms, Nocturne, he's seen what's in Spirit. He has Dins, Irons. He should be good to go.
Cool. So all that's left for him to do is the 2 trials in Ganon's Castle. That could throw him off course. And then get that light arrow hint.
One of them is Light Trial, which only requires Strength 3 and Zelda's Lullaby. So he has that. He will need light arrows to complete the trial.
Oh, yeah. Never mind the light arrow hint, sorry.
Yeah, it's a little crappy because he has a hint to his own tower, but it was only for a strength, which is obviously just, like, the strength is required for light trial. It's not really going to hint him towards his lights at all. So hopefully somebody can just pick them up along the way. Somebody did find a bomb bag for Ramon. I guess that was Schultzer finding a bomb bag for Ramon. And that's really good news for him. He'll be able to complete his Dodongo's Cavern, which is his forest medallion. I don't remember what song that led to, but it's definitely something you want to get done. Oh, his own bomb bag in fire. That's pretty rough. On that one check that you can potentially peek if you want, but like not a lot of people will walk over there for one check. Serenade. Serenade's pretty okay. I don't think he's checked the water entrance yet, so that can be alright. And Mario making quick work of the Deku Tree here.
Very well he should, having the Bigoron sword.
Yeah, I wasn't watching, but he still has Mirror Shield, Mirror Shield equipped, so I assume he did the hammer strats there for the 2-3-1, although I'm not entirely sure of that, but that's like another cool strat for dungeon entrance randomizer.
He re-equipped
me. Okay, he's a wuss then.
Wow.
Imagine not knowing every strat in the whole game. But no, Mario, very good at the video game. I don't want to discredit him at all. Very good player, as he showed us with the flawless fire arrow entry.
Right, here is Javi headed into Jabu. Obviously gonna clear out the place.
Yeah, so this is one of his last 2 dungeons that he needs to do in order to get into Ganon's castle. I think, like, something that's pretty likely and something that they're probably hoping for is for Zavi's own light arrows just to be in his Ganon's castle. Like, I feel like at the point in the seed, even before you have Ganon's access, but especially once you have Ganon's access, like, you really want to get there as soon as possible. Because for all you know, what you're missing could just be in there, unhinted. So the only dungeon we're not really sure of its location, I believe at this point, is Shadow. Which I'm expecting to just be vanilla.
I think it should be. We'll see.
Also, like, okay, big chest here. Keep an eye on that.
Iron boots for Schulzer.
Oh. Yeah, okay. I mean, doesn't even have a hook shot yet, I'm pretty sure, if he's in the same position as Martin. So, Iron Boot's not really gonna do a whole lot for you at this point. But yeah, like, I think it's worth pointing out as well, like, something you can't really see from the restream, and something, I mean, I guess we kind of did see it, but, like, the communication on the right side is definitely something that's very strong. Like, pretty much as soon as Zavi, or as soon as Ramon got his ZL, the whole world opens up for you at this point, but, like, he knew I need to chase down, like, I need to go back to Water Temple, which isn't normally, like, a very good place to go, but he's like, I need to go there to get the item for Zavi, because Zavi needs this to complete the game, potentially right now. So you can tell, like, these guys have some pretty solid communication. And we have a bottle. Oh, which, I mean, Mario's already done this, so we've seen that bottle before. Mario finding a second bomb bag in his own fire. So 2 of them ended up in here, which is pretty funny.
I mean, we're not bomb locked here. I think.
So with Ramon playing Nocturne, I'd imagine he might also be going for a fire arrow entry here. It's definitely possible, but might be... Oh yeah, you can grab the song here. I don't think the song's gonna be too much of a help.
I think at this point you just grab the song just to have it, just to have a
Yeah,
bit
like
more
having the
fun.
extra warp song is definitely helpful. There is an item in here. Could be something useful.
Happy 2 hours, everyone.
Yeah, like trying to think of things that Ramon can even do at this point. Like if he finds Shadow, he's not gonna be able to do a whole lot in there. He could fire arrow entry into the Shadow entrance, which we know is Deku, but he kind of doesn't have any idea what's in there. Deku's good for him at the moment. He could go looking for Spirit Temple, which I think is probably his best option right now. Just because, like, it's actual progression and actually does something at the moment for you. Other than Spirit Temple, I don't think he's actually got any progression on the table whatsoever. Aside from potential path hints that are unfulfilled. Frogs 2 is a Din's Fire for Ramond, which I'm pretty sure at this point is his own. Oh, and he can go grab it, so yeah. May as well go and do that. And that'll open up the Deku tree for him. So that's pretty good. Of course, like on Mario's side, he's never gonna do that. As long as Cola has dins. Because if it's Mario's own dins, oh yeah, he might do it for Shadow, but otherwise we'll never do it. This might be a little time that he could make up later on into the seed. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm forgetting this is Multiworld. I just saw Martin get a green rupee, and I was like, why was there a cutscene for that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But no, he was sent a green rupee. Martin gonna be taking his beans still without a hook shot at this point in the seed. 2 hours and almost 4 minutes in. Still no hook shot. Definitely hurts.
Yes, indeed.
Does Ramon play on keyboard?
I am not sure.
No, I don't think so. Never mind. I like the strat he used for target there just looked like a keyboard strat, so it wasn't.
He's been doing that the entire time, just one of those, I think Z targeting ways of using hookshot. Z targeting, but not Z targeting, you know the ones. The C other things.
But no, I was just gonna commend him if he was a keyboard player. I'm always getting clapped by keyboard players. Like every single keyboard player for this game is a god. I don't understand it.
Every keyboard player you know.
That's true. And I probably know them because they're gods, but...
Alright.
Okay. Frogs 2 time. And Zabi gonna be making his way to Shadow, which we assumed is probably in its vanilla location. Or something else first. It was in ice. Oh. Okay. Well, then he'll be heading to ice. Or bottom of the well with Shadow. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong comments here. So he's doing something. He knows what he's doing. And that's all we need to worry about. He's going to wherever Shadow is, and he will complete Shadow.
That's the plan. Either he forgot to track his fire medallion, or he needs to do the Volvagia fight again, though. I think he got Trollhold the first time round, and chose to do other things instead.
Oh, yeah, that might be true. Because if he had the water medallion from Fire Temple, holy big chests. Yeah, if he had that water medallion, he would have gotten the Burning Cat cutscene there, but did not.
Mm.
Oh, there's
Hammer
Schultz's, hammer, yeah. So, early on, Zabi came through here, without a bow and didn't find a single item for anybody. And now coming back with bow, he's already found 2 items right off the bat, which is pretty nice. Of course, this area is path to Schultzer's tower, so Hammer being there probably just pointing towards like water or shadow trial being required. Martin having to put in a ton of effort to get these skulls. Looks like he's pushing for 20 skulls, maybe like pretty close to a potential BK mode here, where he'll have run out of checks. I can't imagine you like pushing 20 skulls this hard if you weren't, like if it wasn't like your last check. But yeah, of course, like with no hookshot, it's very hard to do checks. Like you can run out pretty early as the hookshot locks a lot in the seed. And boomerang is also very helpful to get skulls, so unfortunately gonna have to grab a few of these slower ones.
Just
And
hope
some
that
are-
unlocks. Yeah.
Yeah, just some that are like harder to reach, and yeah.
Damn. Guess who just got a hook shot? His
Oh,
own
no.
hook shot.
Shall
2
we
hours
grab-
and 10 minutes into the seat.
Where was it?
Forest Temple Stelphos.
Oh, jeez. Where's Forest Temple? It must be in...
I do not know.
I would guess like his own shadow entrance at this point. Like it's so late into the seed. I can't imagine what entrances you would do this late without like a hook shot. Because like water can obviously be like a pretty late one, but without hook shot you're never getting in there in the first place.
Yeah.
You got Dins
I think it must have been
recently.
Shadow.
Yeah, that makes sense. So probably Shadow. Getting into the Shadow entrance and getting your first hook shot is definitely
Pretty trolly item placement.
it's definitely a very player 1 thing to happen.
Oh, is there meta for what happens to player 1, player 2, or player 3?
There is, and it's basically just that player 1 and player 3 have a very hard time, and player 2 just is fine the whole way. Like in Zavi's case, being player 3, being in like a potential glow mode this early on, seems like a pretty good thing. But like in a player 3 position, I expect him fully to be the last person to finish for whatever reason.
Okay.
And it's all hypothetical. It's all just like superstition sort of things, and also our team just likes to shit on our player 2. But it just seems
Poor
to
Alex.
happen so often.
By the way,
also-
that Din's fire on player 2's Frogs 2 was player 1's.
Oh. Okay. Huh.
Not even his own.
So that's kind of tricky. Also, while I'm shitting on Alex here, I should maybe just make him feel a little better by pointing out that it's his birthday today. So
Happy birthday, Alex! Wait, real birthday or streamer birthday?
What's a streamer birthday?
The streamer birthday is the joke birthday you have like once a month when people decide it's your birthday in chat.
Oh no, it's real birthday. I'm pretty sure.
Field's birthday, man.
Indeed. Martin playing Saria's for Durinia and not getting a reward. I think he's already done this check. It's okay, sometimes it just goes like that. Especially when like you've reached the point where you're pretty sure you've done all your checks, so you're just trying to figure out something to do. It's good to consider things that maybe you think you've done, but there's a chance that you haven't. Or like things like freestanding items where like maybe you looked at it and thought it was junk, but there's a chance that you're wrong about it, and you might want to go and double check some of those. I know like that personally has saved our team in the past. Martin getting another wallet instead of a useful item,
Oh,
unfortunately.
Martin getting bug trolled, I think.
Yeah, that's a bug troll there. But I think he's pretty close to 20 at this point. Hopefully this is his last one.
I think it was 18. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Spirit Temple for World 3 was on someone's path to the tower. I think it was player 1.
Sorry, player 3's Spirit Temple was on their own path to tower, and it had a strength for themselves.
Okay. Could be worse locations to get bug trolled in, that's for sure. Alright, Ramond is headed into Water Temple entrance.
Yeah, if you're gonna get bug trolled, at least it like in Martin's case it happened right beside a place where you could pick up bugs. So not the worst thing in the world. I'm gonna pick up his 20th skull here in CAC, and hopefully that will give him something.
Getting the impression that Mario might be getting low on checks. Again. Because, chickens on restream.
Yeah, definitely possible. I know he's already lowered the water, which I'm pretty sure happened pretty early into the seed. I think that's... No, I guess that's not where his Spirit Temple was, right? That would be... That was player 3's Spirit. I don't know what's in the well for him, but it was something that he's seen a long time ago.
Zavi is in Shadow Temple. And, I mean, he's just gonna rush dungeon for the next 15 minutes or so.
Yep. Yeah, so finding his last medallion dungeon here, pretty good. Just needs those lights, hoping somebody will pick them up for him while he's out here. Martin, on 20 skulls, finding his fire arrows. He could potentially go and do fire arrow entry here into his forest temple to get his first hook shot without the need for his dins on Mario's his frogs
please.
too.
Let's have it.
And it looks like Martin is immediately going adult here. So I think Martin, yeah, listening to Cola's comms, Martin is going straight for Forest Temple and will be picking up his hook shot. I'm not sure if it's like a big brain play or a play made out of necessity. Like pushing that hard for 20 skulls and 20 skulls only essentially means like it signals to us that like this is literally his last thing that he has to do. So when he found the fire arrows, he had 0 things to do. Now he has 1 thing to do, which could be potentially a big thing. Lights in Forest for World 3. Based on... Oh, so Cola's... I'm guessing Cola's in his own forest, and he found... Well, that can't be right, because Zavi's already been through forest.
Yeah, that can't be it.
Schultzer just got them. Schultzer is player 1. Oh, player one's forest for... Okay, yeah. So Zavi has his lights now. Zavi is in go mode and will be rushing towards the finish.
Nice. So he... Do you skip checks in this case?
I would say, like, typically
In
I would
Shadow?
say yes,
No.
but because you're in Shadow, you're probably not gonna have the ability to skip anything here, unfortunately. Yeah, like if you had a case where like you didn't have to go to the back of Shadow, like if you get to the boat and you have all your keys, I would say just push for the finish. Also, Mr. Martin doing a fire arrow entry here. So far looking pretty good. I have this memorized, by the way, so like if there's like a slip up, I can immediately tell that something has gone wrong.
Do we even look at the screen anymore? Because I know some people just look at basically the table of inputs that they need to do.
My thing is I can't do the inputs when I'm not looking at Link for whatever reason. But like I can't do it. So I had to memorize all the inputs so that I could do it while focusing on the game.
Makes sense.
Mario finding hover boots for himself, which is pretty good. Ramon doesn't have those, unsurprisingly.
Something's
Although I
wrong.
guess
Mario
Ramon
has a torch that's not
power.
lit in the back there.
Oh.
But he
That's a
does
little
have
interesting.
2 magics, so he might be okay. Nope. Yeah, back right behind him had an unlit torch.
Oh no.
And
So
there's
he'll
the
have to
reset.
pick up more arrows if he wants to try again, or just do a quick reset, which I think is the better option.
Yeah.
It's usually better to just save like before attempting and then just play Nocturne. But this will tie up his team for a little bit here, potentially.
I mean, yeah, you can't really do
'Cause-
checks.
Yeah. As far as I know, for like fire arrow entry, the strat that everybody uses is like I would say it's like the easiest strat as well as the fastest. I have seen like other people kind of just wing it or like do something else entirely, which just didn't really appeal to me at all because there's no reason to ever do any strat other than this one. So let's see what we got here.
Okay, so you have 3 torches in a row here, and this
And
time I
she'll
think
play
he got
gold
he got all
twice.
3 this time.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, this looks good.
this looks better.
He's gonna backflip twice, left side hop, and that should be good.
And then 2 more shots with the fire arrows. 1 and 2. Oh, got it. Nailed it.
Awesome. Perfect.
And mirror shield, I think Ramon's own.
Schultzer's mirror shield actually.
Oh, okay.
Ramon has his on his back.
Fair.
I am not ahead, but I did notice that, Tobias, you seem to be a little bit ahead. Just like
F5?
a second or two, I think.
Yeah, makes sense. I have refreshed, and hopefully should be better now.
Although I will refresh because maybe I am. Who knows? I can't actually tell. Okay, so Forest Stalfos for Martin. He will be getting his own hookshot here. So he'll finally have a hookshot. Almost
hate
2.5
this.
hours into the seed. Yeah, this is honestly just a terrible location, especially when like you had to fire arrow entry in here. He knows that there's a Dins on Mario's side, on his frogs too, and that it's potentially for him. Once he gets confirmation of that, like he's just gonna think this is the worst seed of all time. But at least, like I said, it's bad for both players, which gives you a little bit of comfort.
He goes, ooh, big chest. Grabs the fairy first, though. I hope fairy hitboxes still BS.
Yeah, the fairies are awful. And there's a hook shot.
And I really would like to hear his reaction right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you go over to Cola's side, you can probably go back and listen to his reaction on that. I would imagine he's not very happy about it, but probably at least a little happy to have a hook shot finally.
Elka, I'd be careful with such suggestions. A, they might get implemented. B, they might make it more difficult to still capture fairies with bottles. Do you want that? Oh, another bomb bag. For a Mond.
Yeah, so that would be his, well, the second one that he's seen, but the third one that we know about. He had 2 in Fire and then 1 in Zavi's Shadow, which was the last dungeon he ended up doing, so... Not the greatest locations. That's a Shelter Magic there. Which I guess must be probably his second magic, considering he has been into Forest, which was locked by magic. But that's something that Martin has had for quite a while now, so I guess Cola was able to come through here quite a while ago? Probably... Yeah, Cola must have come through here with Fire Arrow entry, like, a long time ago in that case.
Think so, yeah.
Because he definitely doesn't have Dins, because Mario hasn't been to Water Temple. So yeah, I guess Cola has also done Fire Arrow entry, so everybody on this team has done Fire Arrow entry.
I mean, Team FAE. I appreciate it. Okay. Zavi chugging through his last dungeon on the boat for now.
He does have a key. I didn't pay attention to whether he picked up boss key or not.
He did. It was in spinning plates.
Okay, so it's gonna be
that leaves him with a choice.
Yeah, like you can do these checks now. It doesn't take too long, especially with CSMC and CTMC. But like when average finish is the consideration, you kind of just want to get somebody across the finish line as soon as you can.
Yeah, but getting back here sucks. Yeah, no, he's going for the checks.
Yeah, makes sense. I wouldn't fault him either way, honestly. So.
Right, 2 more checks for Zavi. Nothing in the spike wall room.
Also, it's funny to see like the scoreboards from both teams in terms of like their dungeon rewards. Because even though they have the same amount of medallions on both sides, the medallions they have are pretty different.
Massively different, yeah.
Of course, Ramon picking up the stone count for their team.
I mean, I'm sure not by choice.
So Martin bailing on Forest here. It's not a medallion for him, so he doesn't have to complete it. Just doing the quick checks early on in the dungeon. Checking his entrance here to find Fire Temple, which is also not a required dungeon. So probably just going to do a few quick checks here and continue on to check the water entrance, I would guess would be his next one. Somebody did find a slingshot for Cola. Was that Mario in Shadow found that? So that... Mario does need that for his iron boots eventually. Oh, right now? Okay, Cola was waiting for Target in the Woods, I guess. So that's huge for Mario. Mario absolutely wants to bail right now and do Water Temple.
So do we know Zavi's trials?
He at least has Light Trial. But I think that's the only one we've seen a hint for.
Any trial that he could have that would still put him not in go mode? I don't think so, right? He has everything he needs.
Yeah, he has everything he needs for any trial, so it's fine. Even if you weren't like super confident on some of the more like niche strats that people aren't used to due to having trials off, he has all the items to do everything the easiest way possible, so he's gonna have no trouble going through these trials. So Mario's setting for Aura's Wind. He's gonna want to come back here as soon as he has Zelda's Lullaby, so nice little heads up play from him. Yeah, he'll be able to come back in here, get Cola's Rang, get Cola's Dins. He won't be needing the Dins, but will be needing that Boomerang. Yeah, this seed is incredible for kicking off the grand finals of the Multiworld tournament.
For sure.
You couldn't really ask for a better seed or a worse seed, depending on how you want to look at it. It's just been awful.
Team Snackpack has decided to say heck logic in their run through the seed. Every one of them has done fire arrow entry. So someone in chat asking, grand finals, are these the remaining 4 then? No, the remaining 6. This is a team race, three runners on each team, and we can only show 2 of each team on the restream, obviously. If you want to see the other runners, then may I recommend the off-stream command. So the way this works is this Multiworld. We have 3 worlds connected via a magical piece of software, and items for each of the players can be in all 3 worlds. So player 1, for example, could find player 3's boomerang, or something like that. Player 3 would get that through that software, beamed into their game.
Yeah, it's really cool technology, and it makes for some quality entertainment or just a very good, fun time with your friends if you wanted to give it a shot.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, the fact that this community has somehow patched a multiplayer mode into a 25-year-old game Yeah, we do love this game. Maybe a little too much. Anyway, strength 2 for Mr. Mario.
Okay,
And I
that's
think
good. Unfortunately, unfortunately for them, that's something that Ramond has had for quite a while now. Or I guess not quite a while. Like, he's had Strength 2 for quite a while. Already has Strength 3 at the moment. So, Mario's not necessarily going to get an advantage from that, but at least it's something that he needed and wanted. And can hopefully make use of pretty soon.
Ooh, Martin just found Cola's light arrows.
Yep.
Which makes sense. That's the ones that Zavi also has, I think.
Yep. There's only one light arrows in the seeds, so.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, why is Zavi doing Ganon's castle checks at this point?
He needs
Oh
two
no,
keys
he needs
to
a
beat
key.
Light Trial. Yeah.
I always have one key in my head, but yeah, you're right. Too much standard for me.
Yeah, people have forgotten what it's like to have to do trials. Back in the old days, we had to do all 6 trials every seed, and we loved it.
Did you though?
No, we didn't love it. That's why we changed it. I mean, I say we. I didn't change anything. That wasn't a part of anything like that. But
Also,
things
chat,
were
I
changed.
think we just got back in my days by Drew here.
You did, yeah. Yeah, things have improved a lot since the randomizer was first released. There's just been constant development, always something new coming out. And yeah, everything just improving the quality of life of the randomizer, making it a lot more fun, a lot more accessible. And I would recommend it to just about anybody, honestly. It's been a ton of fun. I know people love to complain, and I know, like, me saying that, people are gonna be like, oh, Rando's fun. But, like, everybody has to admit, like, you have fun with this. That's why you're still here.
Yes, hi.
You can try to lie about it as much as you want, but we're all having fun.
That is light trial done for Zavi. No, I think it's time to make bacon. Just about 5 minutes left for him.
Something like that, yeah. 4 or 5.
Martin gets one singular Deku Nut.
Come on, losing
Nice.
the shield here, pretty unfortunate because you still have to do Jabu, but you can always pick one up anytime. Not a huge loss, but it's definitely, like, preventable.
Left pointy sticks.
So yeah, we'll have to see if he plays the treasure chest minigame here to get his hover boots. Which could give him a little bit more to do, but it looks like he's going to be walking right past it.
Welp.
Again. Which is fine. I'm sure in his mind he has something else that he would rather be doing at this time. but from our perspective, we know an item's there, so we would really like to see him do it, but unfortunately, not going to be the case at the moment. So that is his own hover boots in chess minigame.
You'll never beat me without the light arrows that I put in someone else's place.
What?
Water path to Bongo and water path to sorry, player 2 water path to Bongo for player 2 and player 2 water path to Baronade for player 3. In other words, I should probably just drop the path command in chat.
Yeah, because people are gonna be able to understand it easier from that.
Was that a coherent sentence? No, that's why they don't let me on comms these days. Oh wait.
Alright, Zavi finishing up here with Ganondorf. Gonna have a finish pretty soon on their side. You always want to be... I mean, like, obviously you want to be the team that has the first finish because it means you're gonna have a lower average most of the time. But there's also, like, sort of a mental aspect to it where, like, once the enemy team has that first finish, like, you kind of go into panic mode. Especially if you're not yet in go mode. It's like, oh crap, like... what did I miss? Like, what checks have I passed? What could I have done, like, a long time ago? I'm not sure where Cola's at in the seed at this time. I'm not sure if he's, like, in go mode and rushing his finish.
He is at 5 out of 6 medallions. He still needs to do Jabu, and he's missing a banana.
Okay, so Mario's about to give that to him, so that's perfectly fine. They should know, also, that, like, this is gonna give Cola his go mode. Mario just needs to make it to that dragon chest, I believe. Or no,
Yep.
It was dragon chest had Din's and river chest had Rang. It was something like that. So yeah,
In
he's
any
just gonna
case,
get
it's not
both
far
items
away.
very quick here. So yeah, at least like they won't have to deal with that uncertainty of like it's basically gonna be like, oh, like Cola maybe could have had that slingshot like a while earlier and had Mario's iron boot so that Mario could get the items that Cola needed. Like they're gonna know how this kind of played out. And they're gonna know that like, okay, well, we're on track. It's not gonna take us that long. Maybe like another like 10 minutes from here, whatever. I mean, 10 minutes might be a bit of an understatement. I think it's probably gonna be closer to around like 12 to 15. 2 trials, half a Jabu, and the tower climb.
There's Boomerang for Cola, and just about Din's Fire for, I think, Mario
Cola
himself.
as well.
Oh, Cola as well.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, not something that Cola's gonna need, but at least he got that Rang. He's in go mode. GG's to Zavi for the first finish of the seed with a 241.29. The timer is ticking now for a snack pack.
All right. I'm gonna see if we can't swap over Zavi's stream to Schulzer at this point.
Yeah, I think Zavi will go to bottom of the well. He has a Dins in his inventory that he knows is path to Ramon's Bongo. So it's something that he's probably going to want to investigate as soon as he can. Yeah, so basically, from the finishes, you're going to take the average time of each team, and that will decide the winner. So, we go by average finishes instead of final finish, just so that, like, there's the decision where, like, Zavi had to decide, like, whether you're doing checks along the way or whether you just rush for your finish. Because otherwise, like, you would basically just hold off on finishes. You're, like, kind of withholding information from the enemy team, like, they don't know how far you are in the seed and stuff like that. It really brings, like, a whole new element to the races, which I think is a really healthy thing.
I mean, it doesn't matter really if you go by the sum of the times or the average. It brings the same, or it ends up the same result. But the average obviously allows you in your head to compare this to your average single player run a bit easier. Okay.
So Zavi,
Yes.
Zavi.
We have swapped over to Shoulder now.
So Zavi just got a letter from Ramond, which can be pretty interesting. So that's another dungeon that he can access. Yeah, so now we've got 2-player 1s, 2-player 2s on stream. Of course, Zavi player 3 is already finished. Cola is on his way to finishing. So, like, those two perspectives aren't necessarily too important. They still will be looking for items for these 4 players, but it's important to see these 4 players and how far along in the seed they are. Even if we're missing out on a perspective of a world entirely, this is definitely like the best way to have things.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to swap to a World 3 for Snack Pack at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think even having like the World 3 in the other team's case, I think I would rather just have these perspectives. Like, this just makes a lot more sense to me.
Let me update the off-stream command though, so that we can still keep track of what's going on with Zavi.
And I guess just to like update or like just kind of talk about what Schultzer's done in the seed. As I'm sure you can all see, Schultzer has completed the Shadow Temple that Mr. Martin is currently in, and was just clearing up some checks in Forest Temple, which I believe Mr. Martin did a lot of checks in there. In fact, I think he might have finished Forest Temple entirely. Yeah, so they were just kind of covering each other's tracks here a little bit. Schultzer, now with the Mirror Shield, going to be coming into Spirit Temple, and there's a lot to do here. Because this would be his first visit to Adult Spirit. Yeah, looking at his tracker, his spirit is path to his own Baronid, so I would expect to see something in here. Song of Storms? Like maybe this leads to, or something in here to lead to Song of Storms somehow. If I had to guess, I would say that I have no idea. Oh, it is also path to Ramon's tower.
Yeah, the path command has gotten a little bit messy. But yeah, this will hopefully... Oh.
Ah, yep, there's the lights. That makes sense. And Ramon gonna be doing his own fire arrow entry here, so let's cheer him on, hope for the best. This will be our 4th fire arrow entry of the race. So
4th fire arrow entry on Restream. That is ridiculous.
Well, 3rd one on Restream, but 4th one.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
And so far, looking good.
Yep.
That's the first half, all done perfectly.
I think we should all do fire arrow entry just in honor of these runners.
Sure.
Just load up a seat right now, do fire arrow entry. Or try. That worked, that worked. Good.
And that movement's good.
One more.
Backflip twice. Side hop left. And that is perfect.
Looks good.
Just needs these last 2 torches and he'll be in. So, very good.
On. Nice!
And yeah, Ramon
First
being
try.
like fairly new to OoTR. Like I know he's been around for I guess a couple years now, but a lot newer than like say any of the players on the other side, and not even really being around since fire arrow entry was allowed in standard. Doing a really good job of pulling off that fire arrow entry.
And Brutzler in chat reminding us that Ramond is indeed a keyboard warrior.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we weren't sure before, but it looked like he was using some keyboard strats, so I kind of had a hunch. And yeah, pulling off anything on keyboard is remarkable. But these guys, like anybody or most people that we know of who play on keyboard are just phenomenal players for whatever reason. Maybe there's something to it.
The fact that this man plays OoTR on a keyboard blows my damn mind. Like, the fact that anybody would play OoTR on a damn keyboard. Rather.
Yeah, I can't stand that fucking rectangle. No, that would actually
No, Alex,
never
no.
be possible. There's no way.
I mean, Twitch Plays Zelda Games is a channel that exists.
I've joined in for like the Ocarina of Time stuff, and like it was a little interesting because they allowed you to put in like macros of inputs, so like you could put like a whole string of inputs if you needed to fight like a boss or something. But it definitely does take away like a little bit, but I think the game would be like largely impossible otherwise.
Yeah, it's not as easy as Twitch plays Pokemon. That basically is handled easily with just up, down, left, right, BA.
Yeah, Vermont getting the dins from Schultzer right after doing
Yeah.
Fire Arrow entry. At least he was able to save himself like a couple minutes by doing it, but that's just how it goes.
Sometimes that do be like that.
And he got to show off for us, so I mean, there's like we get to give him a lot of credit here.
Mhm.
It's pretty nice. Sometimes you just want to show off.
Yes, we can track a pig head. That's absolutely true. And Zavi is done, and thanks for the reminder, Elka.
Oh, I didn't even realize that that's what that was on the tracker. I was kind of looking at it and couldn't make
It's a
it out.
Ganondorf face.
Yeah, okay. It makes a lot more sense now that it's lit up. I can see it clearly. Awesome. So Zavi's counterpart in Snack Pack is Cola, who is on his way to finishing at the moment.
I don't think it does make sense to put Cola on stream at this moment, right?
No, yeah, I think it's fine. Like, we'll get confirmation in the chat when Cola finishes, and then it's just like him doing checks and not really progressing through the seed, really.
We're getting something, Cola. That was great. So, Cola has just walked up to Ganon's tower after beating a single trial and was like, wait, I forgot something. That was definitely just muscle memory. And then he went into light trial.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, got my key, time to go fight Ganon. Oh, wait, no. That's not how this works.
Yeah, we missed a thing here. There we
Martin
go.
on the bell.
Oh.
I didn't even realize. Like, I saw him with his hook shot out. I was like, oh, wait, what is this perspective? But yeah, this is a bell perspective. Very funny. Haha. Good job, Martin. You show off.
Yeah, Zavi finished with a 241.29.
Oh, geez, yeah, so we're looking at about, like, a 20-minute difference here.
Yep.
So that is quite a significant lead, especially, like, considering the fact that Ramond had kind of a leg up over Mario in that he got his ZL way earlier. And Schultzer also managed to find the hookshot before Martin did. So, like, things are looking pretty good for the good, the bad, and the Shopskipper at the moment.
So, by the way, for those new to Multiworld, just because Zavi is done fighting Ganon doesn't mean that he has stopped playing. He is still active and walking through his game, doing checks, because he can still find items for his other two teammates. And he will only stop doing so once both of them are in go mode as well. Yeah, so the advantage that Snack Pack has over the Good, the Bad, and the Shopskippers at this point is certainly that Mr. Mario has his hover boots, whereas Ramon is still looking for them. And Treasure Chest Game is one of those checks that you just kind of forget sometimes. I think Schulzer just accidentally opened the wrong file. Yup. He didn't scum, he swapped to file 2 earlier, and oh my... Wait, did he? I think he seems to be continuing file 1 now. Okay. That is certainly a thing. Meanwhile, off-stream, Cola is now fighting Ganondorf. Yeah, so Schulzer by safe scumming, or rather by swapping over to swapping back over to file 1, has just scummed his hookshot away. I'm not sure if that's going to be forever, or if he's just gonna use this file to check if there's anything worthwhile to get back to in GTG, and then continue on in file 2. I think that's probably what this is. Meanwhile, Cola is now at 3 hours and 27 seconds, is now into the Ganon fight. There's Martin's boomerang. Does Martin's boomerang help much? I don't think so. Jabu is one of his stones, so if anything, only to get items for his fellow players. Alrighty. And I think we might have our second finisher of the seed pretty soon. And there it is. That's Cola finishing at 3:02:06. 3:02:07 actually. So this is a... Considering that Zavi finished with 2:41:29, that is a 21 minute? No, 20 minute.
21:38, according to Fenkel here in chat. Also,
hi, welcome back. I don't think that's right. 20 minute 38, not 21 minute 38. But yeah.
that would make sense. Yeah, because it was like a 2:41 something.
Hmm.
Yeah, so 20:38. That's a pretty significant lead. Either way.
It is. But while you were away, so the major advantage I think that Snack Pack has right now is really Mr. Mario having those hovers, and Ramon having no idea where they might be.
Yeah, there's no hints pointing towards them. So it's just a matter of getting to that chess minigame, which is something that he's walked past a few times with the ability to do it. Not sure if it's slipped his mind or if he just figures he has better things to do at this point.
While you were away, you missed Scholzer swapping back to file 1.
Okay.
And just checking out what's left in GTG, and if there's anything worthwhile there with the items that he's got from his compatriots. And deciding to go back to file 2 afterwards because there was nothing.
Okay. Nice 1800 from Ramon there. Pretty solid HBA score.
Casual 1800, no big deal.
No big deal. And on keyboard too. So anybody complaining about HBA, get over it. Ramon can do 1800 on keyboard. You can do HBA. Come on. Oh, okay. So, I'm not sure if like Ramon knows about it or not, but and like it's not actually legal as far as we know. There's been no ruling on it from the race mods yet, but you can actually ride Epona off that ledge there to get down here with Epona quicker.
I think we did see that earlier. It is not illegal per se.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if there's no ruling on it, I think it is illegal until there is a ruling on it. But, just a funny little strat there. Did Mario do that?
Bond had to step away for a second. I mean, he's 3 hours into a race. At some point, nature calls. He's also turned off his camera at that moment, so yeah, he'll probably be back in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, like, as far as stuff to do anyway, it's just gonna be, like, some checks here and there. Like, he can't go beat Jabu, can't go beat Shadow. Those are his only 2 dungeons remaining. So I'd imagine he's pretty low on checks, probably has, like, some kind of inkling that there's not gonna be anything in his world at the moment, although he would be wrong about that. But yeah, it is important to take breaks when you feel like it is appropriate. Of course, your health comes first, so...
Hey.
Shelter having a nice Dark Link fight here. Especially with Big Bronze Sword, it's pretty nice. Only have to do, what is it, 4 hits for him, so pretty nice. Gonna grab his boss key, which was hinted here. Piece of Heart on River Chest, but I think he's probably reasoned out that there's something on Dragon Chest at this point. I think that was this world anyway. I'm
not sure at the moment.
I might just be getting thrown off by the fact that there was a boss key in that spot, and I know there is a hinted boss key in that spot, but...
And Fenhu as always, there with the lore. The standard rule set says any new technique or glitch not mentioned will be allowed, but subject to a decision by the race mods for legality. I.e.,
okay.
yes, Epona drop is allowed. Until we hear otherwise. That being said, there was strength 2 for Mr. Martin from Cola, so they're now even on that front as well, Schulzer and Martin.
Okay, that's good. Also, I'm not exactly, what would you call this? I'm not exactly an authority on this, but I believe we're calling it horse dropping instead of horse drop.
I refuse. We'll go with Epona drop in polite company.
Okay. You can do as you'd like. I like horse dropping or opponent dropping. I think it's very funny.
I mean, yes.
Okay, so Mario getting his light arrows from Mr. Martin, which is pretty nice. Won't have to look for those. Of course, we already saw those on the other side. I actually don't quite remember where Martin's mirror shield is supposed to be, because Schultzer's already been through here and completed Spirit Temple. I'm not sure if the mirror shield is just in here or somewhere else. But either way, this is all some nice progression. Nothing really matters. Like, in terms of time difference, nothing is going to make the difference back until somebody from Snack Pack can finish over somebody from Good, the Bad, and the Shopskipper. So time isn't ticking back in their favor yet, but if they do manage to get a second finish before the other team can get a second finish, then that time will start ticking back.
Yep. In total, Mr. Martin and Mr. Mario will need to finish a combined 20 minutes and 38 seconds before the runners from Good, Bad, and Shopskipper to still take this first game. Healthy, suddenly, Mr. Mario.
Yeah, very healthy.
Yeah, exactly. So Snack Pack needs to finish before Good, Bad, and Shopskipper do. At least one of them 20 minutes before or oh my god. Let me try that sentence again. Snack Pack needs someone to finish 20 minutes before someone from Good, Bad, and Shopskipper. Or needs 2 runners to finish 10 minutes each before their corresponding runner from Good, Bad, and Shopskipper. Or something in between.
Even though the sum is based on like everybody's finishes, you kind of already have an idea of like where your finishes need to be in order to complete the or in order to beat the other team. You will reach a point like once both teams have 2 finishes. I'd imagine like somebody from each team will go and try to figure out like, okay, like if they were to finish right now, like how much time would we have to finish, or like how far ahead do we have to finish over the last person, like stuff like that. Just because of the way math works, I guess. But yeah, just finish as fast as possible and know, I guess, when it's over.
What are typical averages for multi-world finishes? Interesting question, but not easy to answer because of the settings draft mechanism that is included in the tournament. I.e.,
yeah, like on top of, I mean, like it's 3 seeds, so like you get that normal variance of like, okay, maybe like this seed takes like an hour longer than like some other seed. On top of that, we have additional settings, so like the 2 trials really can add a lot onto the end of a seed. Dungeon Entrance Randomizer introduces like a lot of exploration into like just the like playing through the seed. So it's really hard to get an average or like a typical average. I would say with these settings, you're like probably looking at a final finish typically around like 340 to like 420-ish. These settings are different than the settings that the Good, the Bad, and Shopskipper have played up to this point. At least, like, from the semis. They did not play with this exact set of settings. Although both the races that they did play did have Dungeon Entrance Randomizer turned on, and I think one of them did have 2 trials turned on. I know there was key rings. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure both semis matches were the same settings for the most part. It was Dungeon Entrance Randomizer, key rings turned on, and one of them had Open Fountain, although the other one did not. And yeah, Ramon finding his hover boots here right now puts him in a very good spot. He only needs the boomerang to finish at this point. And I'm not sure if we have any information as to where that is. Mario does not have it himself, so not exactly sure where that is at the moment, or if there are any hints pointing towards it. But yeah, Ramond is in a really good position right now, which is pretty scary for Team Snack Pack.
especially because he only needs to finish 2 more dungeons as well. I mean, he needs a boomerang to be able to finish Jabu. But I think he has everything for Shadow now? It's getting more and more difficult to envision worlds where Snack Pack can make up that lead. They exist, I'm sure. Multiverse is vast, but who knows if we live in one?
So yeah, in terms of items needed to finish, both player 1s do just need their boomerang at the moment. Or both player 2s, sorry, just need their boomerang. I think that's it. And then both player ones. Martin doesn't, or sorry, yeah, Martin has strength 2. He doesn't have mirror shield, and he needs access to Deku, which I'm assuming is in bottom of the well at this point. So he needs Song of Storms from somewhere. And then he needs Long Shot as well. Both players do need Long Shot. So Schultzer might be in a BK mode at the moment. I think it's... I honestly don't know.
I am not sure. Again, he might also be taking a short break. Oh, hey! Martin gets silver gauntlets.
I believe that's actually his gold gauntlets, so he's probably checking OGC Fairy here. He was wearing gauntlets prior, because I know I was looking at that when I was trying to figure out what items he still needed. He just hasn't marked it on his tracker, and yeah, his tracker's not up to date, and his gold gauntlets have a very silver color. But he definitely was wearing gauntlets before he got those gauntlets.
Well, in that case, I mean, we're about to see, but it looks like he is certainly headed for OGC Fairy, so we're gonna say he has gold gauntlets.
Yeah, it looks like he is picking up the rocks.
So, if Schulzer is actually in BK mode, or if he thinks he is, this is actually a chance for Snackpack to catch up. As we mentioned earlier, having a runner in BK mode is one of the worst things that can happen to you as a team. Oh, boomerang for Ramon.
Yeah, so that puts him into go mode.
That puts him in go mode, yeah.
So that's really scary for Snackpack. In player 3's water, not exactly a place you really want to go looking for items. So
interestingly though, both of the player 3s are at the moment.
Yeah, I would imagine with like the influx of items that they had throughout the seed, they're probably running pretty low on checks at this point.
Yeah. So finish the sentence from earlier. Having a runner in BK mode just means that for the whole team, the checks per minute drops off a cliff. And since you need to explore all 3 worlds for the team to be successful, it doesn't make winning any easier.
Mm-hmm.
Might also just be Schulzer taking a short break for rest and restoration, though.
So something else to consider as far as like multi-world logic goes, in terms of the situation at hand, Schulzer really needs this long shot, and based on Ramon's medallion dungeons, it could end up being in Ramon's Ganon's castle. So, like, the way this works is if the item is not required for... Like, okay, so Ramon's water is a stone. So Longshot was not required for Ramon to get into Ganon's castle, which means that other players' long shots can be in Ramon's Ganon's castle.
Yeah. Okay.
So to put it simply, like the fact that both player ones do not have a long shot at this point, I would hazard a guess that the long shot is sitting in player 2's Ganon's castle.
Interesting.
Just based on the fact that like we've gone so long into this seed, and there's not really a whole lot of places left.
There is Boomerang from Mr. Mario as well.
Yep, so he should know that he is in go mode as well. Other than the Dins, which I guess we'll get confirmation on Ramon's side pretty soon, whether that Dins is required or not.
Bruto's letter for Cola as well. We'll see.
And yeah, mentioning in chat that Martin, in order for Mr. Mario to get the Dins, which he potentially needs, Mr. Martin will need to get his Mirror Shield. Which, I forget where that is again.
Oh, I don't recall, to be honest. A gold scale for Zavi. Likely about to be from Ramond.
Oh, okay, Mario's already been in Shadow and gone to the back, and already has that confirmation, so he does need Dins, but once he gets Dins, it's going to be a very short Shadow for him. Gold scale from Mr. Martin. Which I don't think really helps him do anything at this point, but might have reminded him of something.
Schulzer doesn't still has no plan on where to continue.
Yeah, it looks like he's just waiting for long shot, and I'm pretty sure like they might have come to a similar conclusion where, I mean, like Zavi's probably still out there doing whatever checks he has left, but at this point, long shot is, if it's not here, it's probably in Ramon's Ganon's castle. But at the very least, I can assume that Schulzer probably has no checks left at this point.
Yeah, likely.
Because otherwise, like, you'd at least be taking a look at something, but...
Yeah, he'd be moving.
Yeah. And I don't really think there's many items that give him any checks other than the letter, which he doesn't appear to have marked on his tracker, which could unlock a dungeon in Jabu's spot, which might actually end up being Deku. Yeah, that's another entrance we haven't seen. So there's that entrance and the bottom of the well entrance, which we haven't seen. He has been to bottom of the well. He hasn't seen Deku. He has seen DC. I'm not sure if he's seen Jabu or not. So, like, between these two entrances, it could be, like, Jabu Deku. And he's just hoping for a 50-50. Like, once I get long shot and I can get... Wait, no, because Burning Cack isn't Storms either. What is Where is Storms?
Has just been deleted from the seed. Randobot forgot to put it in.
I guess so. Or Storms... Sorry, he has like 2 different things on his tracker. So it says that Burning Cack is opponents, but then on the smaller side it says Burning Cack is Storms. So I'm pretty sure Burning Cack is Storms because he has opponents and he has no access to Burning Cack. The medallions for Shadow and Spirit are, I'm assuming, just they mark them differently because in terms of like their function, they serve the same function. So like you can have them swapped on your own personal tracker, and it doesn't really matter. And then like a lot of the information that we use is pulled from their personal trackers because it's kind of hard to get a good look at the pedestal text for yourself when you're not the one playing.
I went ahead and swapped them now, just so it's consistent, if nothing else.
Martin making his way through Stonefire here. I don't remember anything being in here, but I'm not sure if we actually saw Schultz. Well, we must have seen Schultzer do it. I don't think he would have done it before the the perspective swap, but
Right. Mr. Mario is now in Jabu on the way to his 5th medallion. Meanwhile, Ramond has a definite leg up on him by having Shadow beat. Where was Din's fire again that Mario would need to complete Shadow?
it's locked in Martin's Spirit by Mirror Shield. So Martin needs to get Mirror Shield before Mario hits Go mode, unfortunately. And I don't remember where that Mirror Shield is.
Yeah, makes sense.
I know, like, player 3 had player 2's Mirror Shield in their Spirit. But yeah, I think Schultzer got Mirror Shield when he wasn't on stream, so I don't know if we ever actually saw it. Yep, Schultzer is just waiting for a long shot. Long shot is going to give him Storms, which probably gives him access to Deku at this point. Due to the dungeon entrances being shuffled. But yeah, he just needs that long shot, which can be in very many places, including Ramon's Ganon's Castle, and that's where we're thinking it's probably going to end up. Just shooting the hook shot over there. Just demonstrating to us that he really wishes he could be over there right now.
Yeah, letting us know exactly how he feels. Man, for a seed that just started with such a firework of items, which multi-world seeds always do, but this one really just had hook shots flying left and right. It sure has dried up.
Yeah, once you're looking for those last couple items in, like, one of, I don't know, like 3 or 4 dungeons, it really starts to dry up.
Double Jabu on Restream.
Yeah. At least,
Oh,
at least it doesn't take that long.
shoulders moving.
Okay.
Did he have an idea?
Maybe he's just doing something funny. Yeah.
Just stretching his legs for a moment.
Yeah.
Now back to parking position.
Gotta get that hook shot arm all warmed up for when you get the long shot. Are you going for box skip here? Opening this door without the use of the crate. Also get to skip a short little cutscene of the platform falling. Gets its second try, which is pretty good. Can't really complain too much about that, especially when, I mean, once he's done here, he doesn't really have anything he's rushing to do, so... Moving on to the mini boss of the dungeon, Big Octo, who will be dead in just one jump slash.
It's almost impossible to die to Big Octo. Almost.
Almost. Yeah, gonna be moving on to this final leg of this final medallion dungeon, and then we'll get back to the juicy stuff. Looking in Ganon's castle for Schultzer's long shot, hopefully. Of course, we have no real information to go on as to where that long shot could be. As far as I know, anyway. I'm not sure if, like, they could have, like, a Ganon's path to something, but I don't think that is the case.
Haven't seen one.
Okay.
Alright. So Mr. Mario done with Jabu slightly earlier, maybe a minute or two, but Ramond will obviously be in, I think, Go mode.
Yep.
Or is in Go mode, in fact.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop him from finishing at this point. No matter which trials are on, he has the means to complete it, so... Hopefully, like, if Longshot does end up being in his Ganon's, hopefully it's something that ends up being in a trial that he has to complete, so he doesn't have to think about potentially going out of his way or, like, just rushing a finish and not looking for the long shot. But, I think with the 20-minute lead, I think it's a little safe to just look around and see what you can find.
Go around and see the sights. Okay, so it looks like for now Off stream, Zavi seems to be done with dungeon checks as far as we can tell, and is doing overworld stuff. Cola is in Dodongo's Cavern, which for some reason he never had to do until now.
Oh, he got ice arrows. He could form little ice platforms in the water to get across. Oh wait, no.
Wait, this isn't Majora's Mask.
Damn
Also
it.
not Breath of the Wild. We have the technology, even on the same console generation, but...
Having that functionality in Ocarina of Time would be so cool. But unfortunately, it doesn't exist. I don't think there's any plans for it to exist, and I'm not sure whether it's entirely possible for it to ever exist. But I'm just saying, it would be cool.
It would be cool, but...
And it would really get Schultzer out of a bind right now.
It really would.
Schultzer exercising again?
Leaving Water Temple, it seems like. Oh, might have remembered a check.
He's doing something. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe like Big Pose or something like that. For some reason
Not
he wants
sure.
to be... Oh, he's going Child. He's got something on his mind.
Oh. Sometimes hitboxes are BS. Welcome, Milkweed. What's the deal with this race? Well, I know you've been here the whole time, but if you ask like that, what's the deal with this race? Well, it's long. Oh.
Oh? Water Child?
Oh. Pausies.
Letter? Okay.
Rudo's letter.
So...
Okay, Schultzer's got something to do now.
Yeah.
Why do they throw bombs at the hole? Asks Winter Final in chat. Well, it turns out there's actually two Volvagias in this fight. There's the one you can see poke her head above the platform and breathe fire at you. And there's the one who's flying around and making rocks fall and also breathing fire at you. It turns out the one that's flying around is never really gone. She's just parked underneath the platform. And you can still damage her with bombs. If you place a bomb in the hole that she flew into.
Alright, Ramon making pretty quick work of this shadow trial.
Oh. Strength 3 for Mario. Okay.
Okay. That might be good. I don't know what his trials are, but pretty good odds that you have to do fire or light.
Always good to have. Ramon getting Kokiri's sword.
Not really gonna help him at this point, but can't really complain, I guess. Except for the fact that it is keeping him from his finish here, so maybe he can complain a little bit.
He's allowed a little complaint as a treat.
So this is actually Vanilla Jabu on player 1's side, which is kind of interesting. It's not like a path or anything, but it's some checks to do.
Checks to do is always good. And I think Martin is in BK mode himself now.
So the Rudo's letter for Schultzer was in Ramon's Ganon's castle.
It's interesting that Scholzer got moving before Ramond ever ended up in Ganon's castle. I'm guessing he just speculated that he had
Yeah.
to find something in there.
I think like it was kind of a split of like, okay, like I could find or I could get my long shot or I could get my letter. So I think he like left Furores in water in case he got long shot and then moved
Mhm.
towards domain in case he got letter. And that way like you've covered both your bases. No matter which item you get, you're gonna have quick access to whatever it unlocks basically.
Sounds very reasonable. Um, Interesting hint that Martin just got. Dodongo's Cavern on the path to Queen Goma. That is not something we had seen for World 1 before.
That's interesting. So
It's me though what he found in Dodongo's Cavern 3 hours ago.
Yeah, that's the tricky bit. I would imagine it must have been something that locked his water temple or like locked something for somebody to get him his dins so he could get his hook shot or something equally confusing or stupid or just useless information at this point.
Okay, so that is the Queen Goma path resolved for Martin. Mario just found him a Kokiri sword in GTG. Martin?
What? No, Kokiri sword doesn't lock anything. Especially not Deku or
It's not close Deku in Multiworld.
no. Yeah, I think Martin has run out of checks. So Martin is going to be standing around until somebody finds him an item.
Yep.
Right now, what he really needs is either his long shot or mirror shield. Mirror shield will allow him to beat Spirit and get Mario his or his dins, sorry. And long shot will of course allow him to beat Water Temple, but we're kind of theorizing that long shot is either going to be in his own Jabu or in Mr. Mario's Ganons. So not exactly very friendly locations, considering his Jabu is also locked by Mr. Mario's Ganons. So yeah, basically Martin is kind of just waiting for Mirror Shield at this point, as far as we know. His Mirror Shield is going to get his whole team going. I don't recall where his Mirror Shield is. It could be right here in Mr. Mario's GTG. Nope. I'm not sure if Martin's like not expecting to get an item anytime soon, but like typically when you see a player in like this state where they don't have any checks to do and they're waiting for items, usually you'll see them wait in a place where at least like if they were given an item they can immediately do something. But like waiting here in Lake is not really accomplishing anything for him. There's his Mirror Shield in Mario's GTG, so that is going to lock Mario's own Dins. And like like I said, this is a situation where like he could have already been waiting in Spirit Temple and like waiting in front of one of the sun switches at this point. Though I'm not sure it's going to affect the result of the race right now, but you've kind of got to consider like efficiency even when there's nothing that you can do.
Mm-hmm. But there is something we can do, and that is congratulate Ramond for finishing as the second runner of Team Good, Bad, and Shopskipper with a time of 3:47.34. That means, of course, Team Snackpack are now doubly on the clock. Both of them that are still running would need to, in total, make up the time that, as of this moment, Team Good, the Bad, and the Shopskipper is gaining on them second by second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they already had a 20-minute and 38-second lead, which is quite significant. But getting that second finish before Snackpack gets their second finish means that time is only going up at this point. And with Mario not very close to finishing, I guess he is pretty close to finishing, he just has to complete Shadow and then go and complete his trials. And he's about to get Dins right here from Mr. Martin. Sorry, not right here. I guess it's the other one. I just know it was mirror locked. It's coming. Yeah, Mr. Martin would have to get quite the lead on Schultzer in order for them to have any leg in this race, and at this point I'm just not convinced that that's something that's going to happen, although stranger things have happened. Yeah, Schultzer finishing up his Stone Jabu here. If Longshot is not on this check, then this was entirely for nothing, but at least it gave him something to keep him busy for a little while, and it is his Longshot. So that is go mode for the last player of the Good, the Bad, and the Shopskipper. He's going to complete Water, which will give him Song of Storms, and then he's going to use that Song of Storms to access the Deku Tree, which will be his last Medallion dungeon.
That'll be, what, another 10 to 15 minutes in total?
Yeah, Water, he just needs to kill Morpha. Deku, you just need to Dins to the bottom and kill Goma. And then 2 trials, I'm not sure which ones he has. It looks like he doesn't have them marked, so... But whatever trials they are, they shouldn't take that long. We're probably looking at like another like 20 minutes maybe to finish, like 15-20. Yeah, Schultzer only just gained access to Jabu through the letter that Ramon gave him in Ramon's water trial. Ramon with some time to kill. I mean, like, there's nothing else for Ramon to do, so he's just trying to wing this KZ skip, which is a much different setup than anything I've ever seen before. Maybe this is like a keyboard thing.
I'm not sure.
Or, no, I can't imagine the keyboard setup is any different from controller setup, so this is just something that he's playing around with, I think. Just having a little fun, doing some spins.
Doing some spins, sure.
Yeah, why not? Maybe it's part of the setup. Do a 360. I can't believe that Zavi is sending Schultzer items when Schultzer is trying to finish the game. How rude.
Normally, yeah, you would just stop playing when your third player has reached go mode, but you know...
The audacity. I can't believe it.
Oh!
Yeah, Ramon's showing that he actually does know how to do this. I was saying that and then he didn't do it. But this is the setup that most people are more accustomed to. Without one of the steps that people do. Which isn't necessarily required. Yeah, for all you who are watching him mess around, he does actually know how to do this strat. I mean, we saw him do fire arrow entry earlier, so I'm pretty sure he's very, he knows how to do
just be working on... He might just be workshopping a strat to do this without the setup part? Like, workshopping how to eyeball this? I'm not sure.
Yeah. And maybe he's just taking this time to learn new stuff and like improve so that they can win even harder in the second race.
Is Mr. Mario in go mode now? Yes, he is.
Yep.
But the problem is, I don't think there is a world at this point where Martin and Mario can still make up the difference here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would agree. It's not really going to be a close race at the finish here. Mario still has to go into Ganon's. He has to clear his water trial, which has Martin's letters, so that Martin can clear the entirety of Jabu to get his long shot. I don't think they're even going to hit go mode by the time the other team is finished at this point.
Unfortunately not, no, but hey, that's how Multiworld is sometimes.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finding... Like, sometimes it's just a matter of finding that one item that just snowballs into everything else. In this case, it was probably player 3's slingshot, which unlocked iron boots for player 2, giving them ZL and kind of opening up their seed to find like a bunch of items in water and just kind of gain access to a bunch of different things. Cola, of course, ended up getting that slingshot way later, and that unfortunately was something that just played a huge part.
Bow extension is annoying.
Yeah, sometimes it can be.
Alright, so looking back, what were the major story beats? Like, where were the major divergences that you would say gave the good, the bad, and the Shopskipper their advantage?
I think a lot of it does just come down to that player 3 slingshot. It really kind of opened up the seed for a couple of players. There's, of course, like the early divergence, but I don't think it really played any part in where they ended up at the end. it was just kind of... Like, if I had to say it was one thing that decided the match, I would probably say the slingshot was a gigantic factor.
I don't think it was one thing, but yeah, that certainly
Yeah,
played a
it's
role.
never one thing, but if I had to pick one thing from memory, I would say the slingshot is... it played like a huge role in this seed.
It's here for Schulzer, and he's opening it for the fans, because I think he knows he's in go mode.
Yeah, he's got to know, like, it's not gonna take me, what, like 30 minutes at this point to finish. I have tons of time to open this chest and see what's inside for the viewers.
Well, this is the part of the seed where it's really difficult to commentate because there's really not much left to say. Schulzer is in go mode. Schulzer is facing his last boss, his last dungeon boss, I should say.
Yeah, at this point, like, the only mystery left for us is what trials he has on, and that's only because of it being something that's really hard to pay attention to throughout the course of the seed. Of course, that information was given to him on hintstones, but no matter which two trials he has to do, he's going to make quick work of them. It's just kind of going through the motions at this point until he's done. No prelude, unfortunately, so he'll have to play Serenade and take the owl.
Meanwhile, though, Mr. Mario is done with his trials and is probably, or is definitely going to be finishing this seed in as the fourth finisher. Oh, finds another big chest. Maybe it's the one Mr. Martin needs. I think it's exactly the one Mr. Martin needs. It's the Rudo's letter bottle for Mr. Martin, and he's like, really?
He's probably saying, like, I really don't want to do that.
I really don't.
Like, I really
Must
wish
I?
it's just the long shot. I don't, like,
Yeah.
even though it's 4 checks in there, like, you really don't want to go in and check them. It's just...
Happy 4 hours, everyone.
Like, I love how he's just standing in here, like, no. Find me my long shot. There's no way I'm doing that.
Heck you, I'm not. And then he's going anyway, because, you know.
Yeah. You gotta be a good teammate. You gotta go and do the checks if you have checks to do.
He will be absolved of those duties soon, though.
Mm-hmm.
Lost Woods on player 1's path to Twin Rova for player 3. Sure. Savi just casually picking up hints. Alright, and we have, ooh.
Come on, just doing some checks here. Like, there's really no advantage to doing checks here at this point. I think they're just kind of messing with Schultzer at this point, trying to give him items to slow him down and frustrate him. Like we mentioned earlier, like you're battling the enemy team or the opposing team, but you're also battling your teammates in a sense sometimes.
We're also trolling each other a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't big multi-worlds fun, Milky? Okay, so Spirit Trial was Schultzer's first trial, and the second one is... Drumroll please, Shadow Trial.
Cool.
No Fire Trial, at least.
Mm-hmm.
At least as far as I could see today on Restream, not a single one.
Yeah, no fire trials. There were 2 light trials, 1 spirit, 1 water, and then 1 shadow. So pretty good spread. Shadow is nice. It's like the shortest trial.
Yeah, hookshot across, hover boots to the next bit. Little bit lower, Schulzer. There you go. And then hookshot to the final torch. Oh yeah, and somehow there's a random hammer switch in there.
Yep, because you know that's my favorite part of Shadow is all the hammer switches in there. But I guess the trials don't necessarily have to be a reflection of the dungeons, although maybe they should.
Who knows?
Yeah, we got a finish from
And
Mr. Mario
GG's.
here.
Mr. Mario finishing in 4th place in the race room and in general the second finisher of Team Snack Pack. Time of 4:05:23. And all that's left for Schulzer to do is climb the tower and make some bacon. About another 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mario just continuing in here, just checking to make sure that the letter is the only thing in here. Unfortunately, it is. Martin's still going through Jabu, probably praying that Schulzer will finish like any second now just to free him from this fate, but I think at this rate he probably will end up getting through at least most of Jabu before Schulzer finishes, which is pretty unfortunate for him. At this point, with like the advantage that the good, the bad, and the Shopskipper have, it's like you kind of just want it to be over.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, quick time warp coming in for all our streams. I need to hit the refresh button here. Delay's been creeping up.
Okay.
And this is the point where I ask commentators and trackers to hit F5 on their page.
It has been done. Ramond going through the chess mini game again for the fans.
Doing it blind. Oh, first try. First one is correct. Second one is the loser rupee. Meanwhile, Schulzer is now facing Ganondorf.
Okay, we got one key. Oh. Okay, we got one key, one rupee. Time to try this again. Maybe he can get it before Schulzer finishes. That'd be pretty hype.
Alright, Schulzer has made it to Ganon, to the final fight. It's one of those seeds. I'm sorry for being a bit low energy the last few minutes, but look, it's been over 4 hours, and the writing's been on the wall about how this might end for the last hour or so.
Yeah, more or less. Like, other than the last few items, but we kind of figured that the good, the bad, and the Shopskipper would reach those first. It's just...
Yeah. There were just a few items in this seed that were really unkindly placed, and that basically locked the entire thing behind them. And the good, the bad, and the Shopskipper had the good fortune of finding a few of those a significant time earlier than Snack Pack. The good thing is, nobody's going home tonight. As in, nobody has lost this tournament yet. Snack Pack have all the chance in the world to still be victorious in this grand final of the Multiworld Season 3 tournament. There's 2 more games to be had. It's a best of 3 after all.
Yeah, so hopefully we can see them bounce back and come back with a victory to give us a 3rd race.
In the end, it's a randomizer. There's always going to be a factor of luck involved, and sometimes luck swings your way, sometimes it doesn't. Today, luck swung the way of the good, the bad, and the Shopskipper. For sure.
Even, like, disregarding luck entirely, though, like, both teams have played phenomenally. Like, the execution has been really good, the decision-making has been amazing. Routing...
amazingly well,
great.
yeah.
Like, it's really hard to route these seeds with the dungeon entrance randomizer and stuff like that. So yeah, GG to both teams.
And yeah, get your GGs in chat, because it is time to congratulate Team The Good, The Bad, and The Shopskipper on their victory in Grand Finals Game 1.
Yeah.
GG's. GG's,
Savi.
Savi has just raided us already.
And
Welcome
Martin
in.
Getting the bad news before he quits the seat. There it is.
Let's see if we can get these runners in for an interview.
And Ramon has given up on the 1 in 32.
Unfortunate. Link be like, yeah, AYFKMI AYFKM? It's a good question in this context. Let's see. I see a bunch of people in the waiting room. Let's get them in here.
Sounds good.
Here's the snack pack.
Yeah, the first slingshot for me was in Shadow Temple from Mario, so it was painful.
Welcome in.
Yo.
Whoa.
And here's Schulzer from... Yo, GG Schulzer. Here's Schulzer from Team The Good, The Bad, and the Shopskipper.
GG.
Yo, GG's.
GG's. GG's.
That was a seed.
That was long.
Wow.
That was fucking horrible.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
didn't sign up
disagreeing.
for this. I did sign up for this, but
Yeah.
we figure it's just the slingshot on Shoot the Sun was the entire seed.
Yes.
Well, a part
Pretty
of
much.
the advantage, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not the entire seed, but definitely something that played like a huge factor.
Did
At
you also
least
get the
towards, like, the
choose
middle.
early on top of DC for P2?
P3.
Well, on top of P2's DC for
Yeah.
P3.
Wait, did we ever get that? I don't know. At least we know that we had never had a bomb back for player 3 or player 2 in this entire seed, it felt like. Oh no, player 2? No, player 3 got it out of logic on right hand and Spirit. Nice passes in this seed. We were confused the entire time. Wait, why is my Dance Fire now pass for my Gom? For my Morpher? And wait, what? There's nothing in Shadow Temple.
We figured it out eventually, that it's just the bomb bag for P3. That is just super late into the seed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even know what it unlocked in the end. Probably the entire seed, but yeah. I think we were at least I was early out of checks. It felt super early. At least knowing that Fire could not have any progression was super nice because how hints works.
Couldn't have a progression for player 1, but it could have had something for other players, I think.
Nah, if one item gets hindered for pass the tower, it cannot be pass on another
Even for other players?
Yes, we had that.
Yeah,
once
I'm
in
pretty sure
practice.
Path to Tower is the last consideration for
Yeah.
if an item is selected to be hinted as a path, it has to go through all the dungeons before it can be Path to Tower.
I didn't have anything else to do anyway.
Yeah.
Just did it for fun.
I mean, I could have cleared it. I could have found nothing there, but I decided, no, I'm just waiting here in Water Temple and listen to Meglovania the entire time.
I mean, at least they had a great soundtrack.
Yeah, there's some I don't know, Ramond was done and just going through 1 in 32 trying to get it.
Hey,
And he didn't get it.
That's not even allowed.
He had already done the check.
And he
yeah.
had, I mean, he
It's
had
required.
magic, so it is allowed to do it with magic. And he never went through anyway, so
Yeah.
lucky him, I guess.
So is there anything that you guys were specifically curious about the race? I think the major point was just player 2 having ZL earlier.
Yeah.
In the other team's case, in the good, the bad, the Shopskipper's case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured when their player 3 finished, I'm like, oh, that means their player 2 has ZL already, and I don't, so that kind of sucks.
Yeah, seeing player 3 finish 20 minutes before us was really harsh because I don't know if there's any point to get back into the race at that point.
Yeah, it was looking really tough at that point. There was only really a few items missing, and it seemed pretty likely that Longshot was going to be in player Longshot for player 1 was going to be in player 2's world, at least sort of close to the end. It seemed pretty likely. Of course, it ended up just being the letter leading to the long shot on Bear Name,
Yeah.
which was absolutely horrible.
Mhm.
Oh, so bad.
But like it has to show up eventually, right? And then you get how's it called? Do the setup for player one. You're like, wait, you know that Dekosi cannot be in Chabu, so this has to be Chabu, and there's only 3 checks in Chabu, and you're like, please don't be Baronade, and of course it's Baronade.
And of course it's Baronade.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't want to keep you sitting here after a 4-hour, slog of a seed too long.
The only question I have, did you ever like get the fire arrows early to get into follow them before your first hook shot before Den's fire, Martin?
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Well, not that early, but
It was
kind
pretty
of.
late, but yeah, I did.
From the restream perspective, we saw 3 fire arrow entries on restream, and the entirety of Team Snack Pack did fire arrow entry.
No,
Yep.
I did not, because
Oh.
What, you did not?
no. It wouldn't have mattered anyways, because it was bottom of the world there.
Okay. Alright, not the entirety. Cola was the odd one out. I stand corrected. Alright. I'm being asked behind the scenes to please kind of get you all out of here. And,
I'm sure nobody expected it to be 4 hours, so.
no, absolutely not. So let's get going. Thank you all for putting on a heck of a show. I'm glad that nobody's going home after this seed, and that you all have another
Redemption.
race to do, a redemption arc ahead of you in terms of for Team Snack Pack.
Yes.
So I shall say thank you all for watching, everyone. Thank our wonderful runners for putting on a heck of a show. That is Team Snack Pack, Cola, Martin, and Mr. Mario. That is Team The Good, the Bad, and the Shopskipper, which is Ramond, Zavi, and Schulzer. Thanks to our wonderful trackers who kept a clear head and focused us all on this mess. That's Red, Vila, Melqui, and Lady Draco. And thanks to my co-com Junas for bearing with me for more than 4 hours. Folks, it's been a pleasure having you here. Let's raid on over to Zelda Speedruns 2, where there is a main tournament match on in progress. And we'll see you back here on ZSR main in 3 minutes. Cups, I'm out of here.
See ya.
Alright,
Bye.
bye.
See ya.